Hello guys, welcome to my channel. Today we are going to look at how to build a chat application with React, and also we will build a backend server for the application ourselves. It will be a full stack chat application. Now let's get the demo of the project. Here I have a sign up page. I'm going to click on the add profile picture, and I will add the picture that I want to upload, and I will have a loader. So let me just enter the details. All right. So now let's click on sign up. As soon as I sign up, it will take me to the home page of my application. Now let me just open up a new window, and let me just go to the login page. Now I'm just going to put them side by side. Now let's sign up here with another account so we can see the real-time chatting. Okay. Now so if you see, when log in with the other account, I also get transferred to my home page. Now this application has a light mode, dark mode, okay, and which will be saved to the local storage of the user. So if you refresh this, it will not go away. Now let's start a chat. Okay. Now I see this person is here and I will not be in the list. If I click on it, click on create, it's get real time updated in the both side, that this person also gets notification that there is someone that wants to chat with you. Now I will click on this and I send a message, hello. So if this person did not have the chat open, they will see this bolded message every time there is a new message in the chat. And on the right side, if you see, this gets real time updated here. Now if I click on this, you see I also get the online status of the user. So if I click on this, which means I'm no longer in the chat. This means I'm offline on this side. If I open it again, I get the online, and I also see the message. Now let's reply to the message. Hi, right? You see, this is real time, and I can see both sides. The messages are coming. I can also send the attachments. Like okay, so this I will I will see the preview. Then I click on send, and then I will see the messages on the both side. And if you see, there is a delete button, but I don't have this button on the other side, which means the messages that I'm getting from the other person. So I can delete this attachment and the message, and I can still have the other messages as well. And I can also create a group chat. So let's create a group chat. So when I do a group chat, I will have to name the group something. Okay. Let's say I get the group on the both sides again. Now let's open up the groups on the both sides. So it's if it's a group, then it will tell me except me how many other people are online. Okay. And then let's say hi group. If I do that, I get the message and I can say hello there. And as you see, when I did not click on the send button. I pressed enter, and that also sent a message. So that functionality we will also have. Now, if I want to delete this app conversation, okay, delete, it will be deleted on the both sides. Let's say I want to delete this as well. It will be deleted on the both sides. So this is our application, and this will also have a search shadow functionality, the search user functionality as well. So we will dive into all that in the code. So let's start.
Okay, let's set up our front end for React. So we will use React and we will use Vite to bootstrap our application. So we will run this command. Now I'm gonna put dot because I want to install everything in the client folder that I already have. If you see, you can create whatever folder you want. I name it client. Okay, now it's gonna ask me for what framework I want. React and I want TypeScript, yes. And let's run the npm install So we have the dependencies. Let's run npm run dev and see how is our client. Okay, so if you see, this is our client, and let's go back to, and now let's install all the dependencies that we need for the application. So we will use Material UI for our component library. Now let's start and install our MUI. Let's go to the Material UI's website and copy the command from there. Installation. Now I want to copy this command and we'll go back to our terminal and we'll install this. So we will install following dependencies in our application. So first one is Axios that we will use to act for our API calls. JWT decode, so we can get access to our token in cookies and we can also decode them for the front end. React cookie, so we can get access to the cookies in the front end. React hot toast, this is for showing the toast messages. Socket IO client is for connecting our front end and the back end with the WebSocket connection. I also want to use the Material UI icons. Now for these three dependencies are actually for using the emojis. So emoji mart is the library that also requires me to install the data, which is actually the emojis data that we will show in the front end, the React connection that they provide, and the library itself. Let's install it. In addition, we will use ImageKit integration for our media. So like when we upload an attachment or video files or image files. So let's install the dependency for that as well. So the dependency is image kit io hyphen react. Okay, so these are all the dependencies that we will need on the front end. Now let's run our application again and see how it looks like. So there is no change in our UI. Now let's go to the Vite config file. From the description, go to the gist folders, and now you will find a Vite config.ts file over there. You can copy and paste it here. Now this path will probably will give you an error because you don't have a dev dependency that we also need to install, which is add types slash node. So when we install that, if you are seeing any error with regarding to this path, we will not be seeing that anymore. So now this is our basic setup for the front end. Now this alias is basically that I want to have an absolute path to my imports, so I won't be doing slash slash like providing the relative paths. This is just making sure that we get the absolute path and it's easy to import anywhere we want. We will be using React router for our routing in the front end, so let's install that dependency as well, and then we will move on to set up our application to use the Material UI and the theme provider. So basically when we have when we want to use the Material UI, we want to wrap our application with the theme provider. Now that theme provider will come from MUI, but we will have a little bit of customization to the colors. So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to create a new contacts folder. Okay, now inside that context folder, the file that I will create is theme context provider. Okay, now inside this context provider, what I will do is I will first create a theme context. Now let's name it theme context. I will say create context from React, and then for now let's keep it empty. Now I will have a custom theme context provider. Okay, now what it will do is it will just return an instance of the theme context provider that we created, and then the provider. So inside we will use the theme provider from the MUI. Now let's import that. Okay, now this theme provider requires us to pass it a theme object. Now, where do we get that theme object? So we are also going to define a custom theme inside this source folder. Let's name that, let's create that file, name theme.tsx. Now inside this file, we are just going to create a theme for custom theme for dark mode and light mode. So first thing I will export is dark theme. So now to create a custom theme, we will have to import the create theme hook from material UI. Okay, now when you do that, you will have many options inside. The first one that we want to edit is the palette. Inside the palette, you will get the mode. So this is a dark theme. Now this is, that's why I'm saying mode dark, and I want to edit the text. Okay, you can edit and add all the colors that you want, but for the secondary variant of my text, I just want it to have a white color, and the primary color of my theme and the main color that it will be hash 007AFF. So it's that blue color that we will have. Same way, I will have a light theme object, but it will have a few different options. So the first is this mode will be light. The primary main will stay the same, but the text will all now the secondary will be the primary. So the primary will be now the white one, and the secondary will be the black, the 000. So this is our custom theme. So I just edited only the properties that I wanted to edit. You can add any properties that you want. Now here in the theme context provider, we need to pass that theme. Now what I will do is I will just say const theme map is equal to light, and then I'll say light theme, and then dark theme. Now why I did that, because inside here I will maintain a state which will be my mode, the current mode that I user choose. Either it will be a light mode or dark mode. So what I will do, let's import the use state, and I'll say light. So these will be the options. So I'm just defining the types for that. So I want it to have strictly light or dark, and the default one will be light. Now this mode and set mode will be we will be using this to handle the theme of our application. Now in this theme provider, there is a property that we need to pass, which is theme. Now what we will do is we will choose the theme from the theme map, but by using the mode that we will have in the state. So if a user changes this mode, we will update this state, and then automatically it will use the appropriate theme from the theme map. Now I also need to have a handler function which will handle changing the theme. So let's create handle set theme, and I will accept the new mode, which will also be of this type. And what I will do is I will say set mode to new mode, and also I will set the theme to the local storage as well. So let's say local storage dot set item. Now you can name this whatever you want. I just name it chat app theme and then new mode. Now what it's going to do is it's going to save the theme to the local storage. So every time you refresh, your page will not lose the theme that you have. So I'm getting here dark theme error. Let me just import it. Okay, now this function will be, I will be passing this to my provider. So every time I want to change, I will just call this function and pass the new mode that I want. Now let's fix this type type errors on this one. Now what the type that I want to give this my context is export interface theme context types. So it will have a mode property which will be of course light or dark, strictly only these two options, and handle set theme. So the same function that we have here, which accepts the new mode and then returns nothing, so we will just say return void. Now this will be the type of our context. Okay, now it's going to complain that it's expecting some arguments and we are not passing anything. So what we will say is mode by default, as we already want the light theme, and then handle set theme will say new mode and then just do this. And it's also going to say this. Okay, for now let's just return it from here to make TypeScript happy. Okay, now how will we use this context provider in our application? So first we need to export this. So what I can do is export default theme context provider. Okay, but this is also now complaining that we didn't pass any value property, because all the theme in React, the context providers will require you to pass it object as a value object, so you can get access whenever you try to use that context in any part of your application. So you will get access to the methods or values or state, whatever you pass to it. Now what I want to pass is I have type mode, which is the current state, and the handle set theme function, because I want this function to be passed so I can use it to set the theme. Now this is the basic setup of our theme context provider. Okay, now there's one thing missing. When we first load our application, we also want to make sure that we get the theme from the local if there is, so we can use that. Let's say if the user has a dark mode setup is a in the local storage already, and when they come back we should be getting that instead of setting it to the light. So for that I'll just use a use effect. Okay, and then what I will do inside the use effect is I'll try to access the local theme, let's say local mode. Now I'll try to access local storage or get item. So now the theme that when we set up was chat theme, so we will only try to access that chat app theme, right? Okay, now we'll just have if check. If there is a local mode, which is, then we will say set mode to local mode. Now TypeScript is going to complain that any string is not assignable, because we specifically said that we only want these two as the options. So we just have to typecast it as light or dark. Now TypeScript has happy. But what if there is no local mode? Now we can just, as a safe case, we'll say else set mode to light, just in case if there is no and we don't want to face any error. Now this is our theme context provider. Now where will we use it? So we will go to our main.tsx file, and over there we'll just wrap our whole application with the theme context provider. Okay, now TypeScript is saying that we are getting error because there is no children being accepted in the provider. So basically I just missed a part that we will be getting children, right? And the prop type of that children will be anything as long as it's React node. Now where is these children will go? They will go inside this theme provider like this. So now everything is happy in here. As for TypeScript, everything is happy here, because now what's going to happen is this theme context provider will give us access to the theme anywhere in our app, and we will be able to use it to show a custom styling or change the mode anytime we want. Now there's one more thing that we want to do here, and that is exporting the exporting a hook that we will be using to access this theme context. Now what there's an other way that we can do is every time we can export this context itself, but every time then we will have to uh, do the same thing again and again, is like use theme use context, and then we will have to provide theme context that we will export from here, this one. But then it's a repetitive task, so what we will do is I will say export const use theme context. So I will export this hook, okay, from here. Now with what is this hook going to return? It's going to return me this exact same thing. So this way now I won't have to um, do this in every file. I can just import this hook and use these two context values to whatever purpose I want. So let's say I want to show the which mode I am currently. It's the dark mode. Then I handle set theme to change it. Now let's go and test. So now what I will do is I'll say use theme context. I import it. Now as I'm using TypeScript, I will get the IntelliSense, the mode. So let's try to see. So instead of Vite plus React, let's remove all of it and let's create a div and we'll say mode, and then we'll also create a button and then change mode, and then on click I will provide handle set theme. So let's get that as well. Now it wants me to pass a new mode. Okay, now I'll say mode, if it is equal to dark then pass light, else dark is as is. Now let's remove all this. We don't need this anymore for now, and let's run the application again. Now let's go to, so right now if you see this is dark currently. Let's say the mode is dark. If I change mode, it's light, dark, light. Okay, so this is our theme context provider. Now let's remove some of the files and folders that we don't need, such as this assets, this app.css, and this index.css as well. Okay, but what I want to do is have a global.css. Would you, I guess you can do it in the index.css as well, but I just wanted to have this WebKit scroll bar displayed now. So because I don't want to see the scroll bars on my web page, I will tell you why in later on, because there are sometimes we have overflows and I just it was not um, looking good when we had the scroll bar. Now we don't need to have this title here anymore as well. Let's say chat app, and we can remove this as well. In the public we can remove this. Okay, I guess we can just remove the public folder as it. Now I think we are all done for the basic setup for our application. Now let's set up our routes. For that, what I will do, I will go to my main.tsx file and import my browser router from React router. So browser router, okay, and then I will put my app inside it, and this browser router will come from React router DOM. Okay, now this what it will do, it will give us access to use the components from React router DOM in our application. So for that, what I will do, I will create a component, sorry, comp folder called shared. Now inside this shared folder, I will create a new component called all routes.tsx, and what this component is going to do is it's just going to contain all of my routes in one place. And let's create this function. So I'm using a extension called React snippets, this one. So basically what it helps me do is I will just say RAFCE, it will create a React component for me. So now inside this all routes, what I will do first, I will import suspense component from. So first thing I'll say routes. Okay, now inside this routes I will put route, the first component, and the path will be slash, and the element will be my app. Okay, now I don't need this at this moment. Okay, now let's also create the loader function. Now let's create that in this one because it will be shared among us as well, so that we will call it full screen loader.tsx. Okay, now that file will also will create like this. And now let me just remove this. Now what I will do is I'll just import the grid component from material UI, and I'll give it a property called container. Inside I will use the circular progress component from MUI as well. So it's just a simple loading component, which is it's just a simple loader. Now let me give some extra properties to this because I want this component to be a full screen loader. So I'll give this a width of 100%, height of 100 VH, and I want the content to be centered. So I will do justify content center and align items center. Okay, now let's check this component. Let me just run the application, and what I will do, okay, I have few error. Chase, oh, actually I removed this files, so let me just remove them. Main, I don't want this, but I want the global.css instead. Okay, so I think we are all good now. Okay, so now let's first, I want to use this component instead of the app in my main.tsx file because these are all my routes. So I want to use this instead of my app because then every time I go to my home page I will be redirected to my app component because that will be my entry point. Okay, now in the app, let me just give you a example of what that full screen loader will look like. Okay, and let me just remove this because we don't need this at this moment. Okay, now if we go to the browser, so you see this is the loader that we have. So that this is a full screen loader, so every time it will take the whole screen if we want to. Okay, now let's go back to the code, and now in my routes function, oh sorry, routes component, I have my app route. Now I will have two more routes. One is the chat route, which will be /chat/chat ID. Okay, and then that will also go to the app as an entry point because I will be we will be rendering the components conditionally. Okay, on the same component, and the next route will be auth. We don't have the auth component yet, so we can keep the app as is, and the last will be all the other combination of routes. If a user by accident typed something which they um, not supposed to, we will use navigate component from React router, which will always point them back to the entry point or the home page. So let's say if I'm trying to go to a route called chats, it's not in my routes, so it will hit this endpoint and then it will navigate me back to the main page. So the page will not break, the application will work as is. Okay, now let's go to the app component. Now in this component, the first thing that I want to do is remove this and then import the grid component from MUI. Now I want few properties on this. One is container, so this will be a flex container, and then I want the items to be centered, and the flex direction I want row. Okay, now Inside it, we will create a drawer. So basically in the application, in the demo application I showed you, there will be a left side and the right side. So the left side that I see is like this, is a drawer that will be always open as long as we are on the desktop view. But when we go to the tablet or mobile view, it will be closed or open. Okay, now let's, what I want to do is I want to create that drawer, name it responsive chat drawer, and I will create it in the shared components. Okay, now let me just create the function. Now the first thing I will do in this component is import the grid component, and then let's make it a container. So that means that by default the container gives us display flex and the flex direction row. Okay, now inside this grid container I want to create that uh, that chat list drawer. So let's go to our source. Now I want to create a new folder called components, and inside this we will have all of our components. So I will create a new folder inside the components which we name chat. All the chat related components will be inside this chat folder. So the first component that I want is chat list drawer. Basically this is a this is a component that we will use to display the chats and all the conversations that you have or you create that will show up on the left side of your screen. Okay, now let's RAFCE, and I have that. Now let's style it and use it on the screen. But before that, let me just import it here so we will be able to see it on the screen. Right now, if we go back to the, we will not see anything because we don't have anything inside. We actually didn't use the response this in the app. So let me just import this here. Now if I go back, I'll see chat list drawer here. Alright, now let's go to the chat list drawer component and start the styling. So first thing, I want the grid from MUI, and I'll give it some styles with SX props. So basically I can provide styles to the components with SX props, or I can also use the other properties that are available to the components. So I will say width is for the small screens drawer width. Now this is a constant that I will create here. Okay, let's name it drawer width, and let's give it a value of 320. Now why 320? Because when I was doing the testing, I actually used this as because this is the mobile screens basically on the responsiveness on the Google Graph tools. So that when I was testing, I just settled upon this drawer width as 320. Now what else I want to do here is in the chat list drawer inside this grid, I will invoke the drawer component from MUI. Now this drawer component, I'll give it a variant of permanent. Okay, now let's go and see. I don't see anything. Let me just write something here. Okay, so if you see right now we don't have any content inside the drawer, that's why we don't see it. But right now if you see there is something, if I write something inside the drawer, we will be able to see it on this side. Now now let's give some more properties to the drawer, and then we will be able to see the drawer. Now let's give it as SX prop, and then so there is a class that is available on the MUI drawer prop. I'll show you. So I want to style this MUI drawer paper this class. Okay, so this it has some custom styling already, but I just want to add more on to it. So how do we do that in the SX prop? So what I will do is I will say double quotes and then MUI drawer hyphen paper, the class name, and then I'll provide the properties. So I will say box sizing. I want border box, and then the width I want to the drawer width. Now if I go back, you'll see the drawer is now 320 pixels wide because I gave it a width of drawer width. Okay, now inside, and I also want this to have let's pass a open prop as well, which means it will always be open, although that variant that we have, the permanent variant, is already opening it, but sometimes we get an issue that the drawer might not be open because we did not provide this open prop. Now the first thing inside this that I want to have is the chat list header. Now, so what is this chat list header? So basically, if I show you the old application, so this header that we have here on the left side is the chat list header component, which will contain the name of the logged in user, a home button, and a settings button. So let's create that in our application. Now what I will do is inside this chat component, I'll create a new component called chat list header.tsx, and I'll just import all these. I just need to remove this. Now there is a component called toolbar in the MUI which will by default creates a space. Now I'll show you what I mean. So this chat list header, so we'll just import the toolbar component. I put some text inside hi, and I want to invoke this toolbar over here. Okay, now let me just move this. Just let's clear the warnings. Now in the chat list drawer, when I invoke this chat list header component, which in return is giving me this toolbar component, is automatically giving me a some styling over here. Now it's not showing because I just need to provide some content inside as well, right? Just the high will not work. Now let's do some of the styling. Okay, now the first thing I want is the grid component, and let's give it a property of container, justify content space between, and align items center. Okay, now in this I will add a tooltip. So what the tooltip is going to do is it's going to wrap our typography component, but also we are going to give a typography component a maximum width. So if the user has a long name, it will not mess up our component structure. Instead, it will show the ellipsis or the three dot after the name if the name is longer, and then the tooltip is going to display the whole name that we have. So let's say if in the title I have some very long name. Okay, inside I will use the typography component from the material UI, and I'll just paste in the same text that I have here. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. I don't know why I am not getting this. So the component is there, we are just not able to see it because currently our theme is set to white. So what we will do is we'll just go to our use effect and we'll set this else statement to dark, because when it's trying to get access from the local host, it's not able to when it's trying to get the access from the local storage, it's not able to find it. So that's why it's setting it to light. That I also changed it here. I can keep it as is, we don't need to change it here. Now when we finish our application, we will be able to see everything properly. For now it's just not showing the things properly. Now if I go back, so if you see this, some very long name is there, right? And this drawer is here as well. You don't see that there is a space, but let me just add one more thing so you will be able to see that there is a already uh, predefined height and width that I did not provide, because but the MUI toolbar item had itself. So there is a divider component as well. So we will use that. That is just going to create a line below this chat list header. So if you see this line, this is the divider line. Now let me show you the chat list header. I did not provide any height or width to this. It's going to take this component's width and the custom height that is given by the MUI component. Now let's give this tooltip some more properties, such as placement. So where we want to place it, I want to place it on the bottom and I want it to have a arrow. Now you see there is an arrow and this always going to be on the bottom of it. Now what other thing I want is this typography to have a variant of H5, so it will be an H5 variant, and I want to have a max width of 65%. Now this is the width that worked for me. You can always customize it. And the main thing that I wanted to do, so like right now if you see when I did the maximum width 65, it wrapped the text and now it's in a new line, but I don't want that. I want it to have a no wrap. So what it's going to do, instead of making it into a new line, it's going to add these three dots and then it's just going to take the width that I told it to take. Now the next thing I want, let's give this typography some color. So I'm gonna use the theme property and the use theme hook from MUI. Now this theme will contain the customized colors that we provided while creating this theme here, and also that the other default ones that is MUI gives us by default. So these are just going to merge with them and then override the ones that we want to update. So like the primary main will now have this, but there are other variants as well, like the light primary or light main. Those will remain as is. Now let's use this and give this a color of theme dot palette dot text dot secondary. Okay, now we go back. Now it's bold and the color is as is that we wanted. Now the other thing that we want to do is the next thing we want here on the toolbar after this tooltip is those icons. Now the first icon I want is icon button. So basically whenever you want to use an icon and that might have an on click on it, it's a best practice even recommended by the Material UI to use the icon button component to wrap around it. And inside I will use the home icon from Material UI. So let's just import it from the Material UI icons. So like this. Now if I go back, you'll see this icon. Now there is this ripple effect that I don't quite like. You can keep it as is, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give some properties like disable ripple, just going to remove that effect. But I also want to give some color properties as well. So let's use the SX props. Now I want the color of this icon to be theme dot palette dot primary dot main. So the main color that we provided, that will be the color of this icon now. But sorry, not the color, but the background color. So background color is a property bg color, it's a short form in MUI SX props. Now the color that I want to give is theme dot palette dot common. So the common colors are just like white or black, very basic ones, right? I can just provide the text string value as well, but I prefer doing this so it's a consistent. Now this is how our icon will look like. The second icon we have is the settings icon, so let's go and add that as well. Let me just copy and paste, and now I will say settings and it will be imported from material icons as well. Now if we go back, it's already being there, that all the other styles are same. Okay, now this is our icon, so it looks like that. Now let's create this as well. Okay, what we will do, we will create a state in this file, and we will call it settings menu anchor element set settings menu anchor element, and it will be a use state which will be of type HTML element or null, and by default it will be null. Now what I want to do is inside the same chat folder I will say settings menu.tsx, and let's create that function, and I'm just going to take it and put it here. Menu, that's it. Now when will this component be open? So what I will do first, I need to pass these two state values to the component as a prop. Okay, name this and this. Now it's saying that the component does not accept those as types. So what I would recommend you is go to the description and go to the gist file and copy the types whole types file, and inside the source create a utils folder. Inside that utils I will create a types.ts file and paste all the types that we have, that you get from the gist. Now for the settings menu, the types are props. Let's destructure them. Settings menu props, and let's import it. Let's import it. Now we'll get the IntelliSense. Now let's remove this first. I don't need this. Now let's use them. So now basically how do we create this menu item? So there is a element called popover inside MUI. Now I don't want to open this popover. So how this popover works is basically I'll say popover, okay, from MUI, and inside I will define some list items because it's going to be a list. So I'll say list item and then list item button, okay, because those items will be clickable. And now I'll say list item icon because it will have an icon, so the icon will be, for now let's say dark mode, okay, and then it will also have a text, so list item text, which will be switch to light mode. Now this popover element expects few props by default, which is first one is open. Now the open is just going to be a boolean. What I will do is in the chat list header, every time I click on this settings icon, I will set this state to some HTML element node. Now how does that work is this icon button has a on click handler, okay, and then this on click handler has this event. So let's copy the type. Now inside I'll say set settings menu anchor element event dot current target. Now basically what this going to do is it's going to set the reference to the element that I'm clicking on, basically event.currentTarget in this state, and then that state will be passed down to this element. Okay, now if we go there, this settings anchor element, what I will do is I'll say boolean settings anchor element. So basically I'm just checking if this prop has a reference or has any state value which is not null. Open the popover. Okay, now we also need to provide onClose handler to this popover as well. So how is this going to close the popover? So this will be a callback function, and basically what I want to do is I just want to take this set settings anchor and then say set it to null. Now why to null? Because when I say null, it won't have any reference in the DOM where it wants to attach this popover element, and then it means it will be vanished from the DOM, right? But then also, even though we have this reference or to the current clicked element on the DOM, we are just using it for opening or closing, but we are not attaching it to the popover. So the popover accepts an anchor element, and then we will say settings anchor element. So now whenever I click on that button in the settings, right, this one, right, and this button will attach itself to that state, and then that state here will be passed down to this item, and then this one will attach it to this popover. Now we are getting a TypeScript error that we don't have that. I think it's just, let's see, sets. Okay, it's just this set settings anchor and settings anchor. It's not with the menu. Okay, but I don't want this popover to be on the screen, because even though I'm saying open it only when this is true, but it's still going to be rendered on the screen. So what I want to do is I want to add a if check. If settings anchor is present, only then return this, else return null. Okay, now I have this. Let's go back, refresh, and let's see. Okay, we have it, but it's a little bit overlapping. So let's also give some more properties to this popover element to position it. So basically we can provide anchor origin and vertical, basically from up to down we want it to on the bottom, and from left to right we want it in the center. So we refresh again, so this is in the center of the element. This element is in center but also in the bottom. Now this is now where we are going to use the mode we set up in the context of our application, okay, to conditionally show the icon and this text as well. So now let's first get that context, use theme context, and we'll get the mode first. So now on, if I have the dark mode, right, I don't want to show the dark mode icon because this will be conflicting. So what I will do is I will only want to show the dark mode, because that means the menu item is going to say switch to the dark mode if I have the light mode enabled. So I will say mode equal to light, only then show dark mode, else show this icon contrast. By the way, I just took these icons from the MUI. I liked them. That's why I'm using them. You can always use the custom icons or whichever you want. It's not going to affect anything. Now, if you open it, we get this. The text is still the same. So let's also fix the text as well. So what I want to do is I want to do if mode is equal to light, then I want the user to know that they can switch to dark, else they can switch to light mode. Okay, now if you see, Right now, as you remember, we set our mode to dark by default. Now we see the light mode here, right? Because currently the mode is dark. Now let me go back to the context provider, and here let me tell it to be light. And you see now, you don't see the text, but it is saying that the icon is changed, and it's also saying switch to dark mode. So now let's first add the handler function that we had, handle set theme. So we will be able to set our theme accordingly. So what I will do is, in the first the list item button component, I will add a on click. Okay, and what I will do is I'll say handle set theme, and if the mode is dark, or let's say light, then send dark as the argument, else send light. Now let's go back, refresh the page. Now if I click on this, the mode is changed. If I click it back, the mode is changed again, right? Now let's first also fix this text. Now there's a prop that I can pass to list item text to fix the styling of my text. So that is called primary typography props. Inside I will pass a color. The color will be theme dot palette dot text dot secondary. And we don't have this theme object in this file, so let me just get that. And you can import this use theme hook as many times as you want, but make sure that you import it from the material UI, because you might get other options as well if you try to import automatically like this. If you see, it's also coming from emotion react and other as well, but make sure this use theme is coming from material UI. Okay, now let's go back, refresh, and now you will be able to see this. So right now if you see, my mode is light, and I see this icon, and also I see switch to dark mode. If I click on it, it the text changes, the icon as well. Okay, so basically we have set up our application to have a light mode and dark mode option available. Now this will work across application as long as we pass our correct styling props to the other elements as well. Now if I go back, we also have a logout button in this application as well, but we don't have any login or logout functionality yet, but we're going to add that button anyway, right? So we will just add the handler function to it later on. So let me just copy it down, right? And then for now I don't want any on click on it, so let's leave it like that. There will be no conditional rendering of the icon, and the icon name will be log out. Okay, and the text will be just log out. Okay, let's go back. That's it. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, so our header is done, right? But we just don't have any functionality for this button or this button as well. Now let's create this search component. Now let's go back to the code, and let's go to the chat list drawer. So after this divider, what I want to do is I want to have a list from material UI, and inside I want to have a list item. So basically this all everything here is a list, like this is a list, this whole section is a list, and then when we have chats, that will also be a list. Let me just create a new chat. So this is also a list item. So all of this is a list item, right? And we will do the same in our application as well. So now let's separate that search chat list item component as well to a separate file, search chat list item dot tsx. I'll remove this. Okay, now this component is going to contain a list item, and then it will also contain a text field. Okay, now the text field that I have in my application here, it has some custom properties, the styling properties, which will all of these, like this or this, will have the same. So I think this is time for us to make that component as a shared component beforehand, so we don't have any problem later on. So in the source folder, I'll create a new folder called custom. Just rename it, and inside I will create a custom text field .tsx. It's just going to be a function, a component that is just going to render a normal text field. Okay, and it's going to accept props that will be normal text field props, no difference in that, but we will have custom styling applied to it. So let me just get this use theme from material UI and get the theme object. Now I'll just spread all the props that we will pass to it, right? But we will define custom styling with the SX props. Okay, so you can just copy the custom styling from the gist file in the description, right? So it's just going to be custom styling that I came up with. You can always customize it the way you want, and I found these elements and class names from the MUI documentation. And if you want to change any other class names or any other things, you can always look through the documentation and use them. Now let's go back to the search chat list item and let's name it custom text field instead of text field, right? And let's remove this import, right? Now what else this component is going to have? It's going to have custom text field, and it's going to have a button, but that button is not part of the list item. It's actually part of the input. If you see, it's inside the input. So how do we do that? So there is a prop named input props that we can pass, and inside this input props we can pass an end adornment property, which is going to have the icon that you want it to contain on the end. So what I want is, I want to have it icon button from MUI, and inside I'll just say search from material icons, and then also I want to provide a little bit of the custom styling, so it will take the color, the main theme color that we have. So I'll say use theme like this. I'll say color theme dot palette dot primary dot main. Now let's go back and refresh. Oh, you don't see it because actually we didn't use it. So we'll say search chat list item. Okay, now if you see, this is the text field that we have, right? Now let's add some of the more styling and properties to the chat list item, and then we will see more changes on it. So the first thing that I also want to pass is placeholder. I'll say search chats. The other thing is I want the size to be small, and I want a variant which is outlined. So after this, if you see, we see that placeholder and it's now smaller in size, right? Also, I want it to be full width of the container. Now it's full width, it's just taking the base normal padding that is provided by the list item itself. For now, let's leave the value and on change properties, which is actually going to help us. It's basically going to help us to keep save them in the state. For now we can keep that, as we can leave that. After this chat list item, let's also again use this divider component so we can see the separation here. Now let's create this component. This is also going to be a list item like that we have here, and I'm gonna name it chat list heading. And by the way, you can name them anything you want. It's just the names that I was using them for. Okay, so now this one is also going to be a list item. Okay, then it will have list item text, and then let's name it chats. And it will not have any button because it's not going to be clickable, but it's going to have the icon which is going to be clickable. But then we are gonna put it in the icon component, and then as always we're gonna put the icon, because it's going to be clickable icon, inside the icon button container. And the icon will be add icon from the material UI. Now we also need to give the same typography properties to this, because our theme is not going to be applied to this if we don't. So I want it to have a variant of h5. I want it to have a bigger variant, and then color is going to be theme dot, okay, we don't have the theme, let me just import it from material UI. And then the theme, if I can spell it right, dot palette dot primary, actually not primary, it's going to be palette dot text dot secondary, right? So it will be white in the dark mode and the light in the black in the light mode. And then also I'm gonna pass some properties to this icon button as well. So basically one thing is background color. I want it to look like the same icons as we have here, the home and the, if you see like this. So I'll say theme dot palette dot primary dot main, and then the color is going to be theme dot palette dot common dot white. Okay, and I also don't want the ripple effect again on this one, so I'm just going to pass that. And currently the on click is not going to do anything, so let's go back and see. I actually need to import this chat list heading. Okay, so I imported the component. Now you'll see this. So if I change to dark mode, it will be white text. If I change to light mode, it will be dark text. Now let's add a divider after that as well, so we can see separation. Do we have it in the original application? No. Okay, we can remove it. Now on click of this button in the original application, we are showing this menu as well, and then we are opening a modal, right? So let's just add this menu item for now, and we will add the modal later. Okay, let's go back. So I'm not going to create a new component for the popover. Instead I'm gonna wrap everything in the fragment. I'm gonna put the popover within the file. So let's have a state const add chat anchor element, set add chat anchor element, use state, it will be HTML element or null. Okay, now I'm just gonna wrap the popover with the boolean add chat anchor element. If it's true, only then render this popover. And then for the open, I'm still gonna say do the same thing, boolean add chat anchor element. On close, I'll pass this function which is set add chat anchor element to null. And then also the other property that I want to pass is anchor element itself which is going to be add chat anchor element, and the anchor origin is going to be vertical bottom, and the horizontal will be center. Okay, now inside this popover, we're going to have a list item, and then we'll say list item button because it's going to be clickable, and inside we'll have list item icon, and the icon will be add icon. Now if I put icon list item icon first and then I'll put list item text, it's going to render the icon first and the text later afterwards. So if you put it afterwards, it's going to put it at the end, right? Now this is the one item, there will be second one. So this is going to just create a single chat, and then this one is for new group chats. If you want to create a group, you will also use, you can click on this button. Now let's also apply the custom stylings and some of the properties that is needed. First is the theme or coloring properties to this text. Primary typography props, and I want color theme dot palette dot text dot secondary. And let's just copy it from here, and I'm gonna paste it here. Now there's one more thing. If we go and now see, actually we didn't add the on click, so let me just add on click to this this button here. So I'll say on click. Now every time we can always get the types from the hover of this in the VS Code, so you don't have to guess the types, and I just like to do that because it's just over there, and just copy paste as is. Now I'll say set add anchor element event dot current target. Okay, now let me just refresh, and now when I click on it, you'll see I see the text because I applied that primary typography props. Otherwise I wouldn't see them. For the group, actually I want to have group add icon, not the other one. Yeah, so you see there is actually a little bit of the spacing and extra spacing in the among the icons, sorry, in among the items. If you want to keep it, you can, but I'm gonna remove it. So basically to do that, I'm just gonna say disable padding on the list item, first one and the second one. Now when I do that, it's just not going to have that extra padding around them, so it's just normal, right? If I change the mode, I'll see the text is already changed. Now let's also create this chat list items component as well. So let's go back to the code, and inside this I'll create a new file called chat list items. Okay, and I'm gonna remove this. So inside the chat list items, okay, I'm going to render the second component, which is going to be for each and every item, which is chat list item. So it's not plural, it's chat list item. RAFCE. Just gonna remove this. Now let's use this chat list item in the list of items first, like this. And now go back to chat list item. Now let's create this component as well. Now list, so this is also going to be a list item, and I'm just going to remove the padding already because I don't want that extra padding, and I'm just going to give it some color, which is background color of theme dot Okay, actually we don't have the theme here, so I'll say const theme is equal to use theme, and now I'll go and say theme dot palette dot divider, and then I'm also want a margin top of 1, so we will have a gap between them, because I don't want the gap in all of the items, list items, but I just want in these chat items. So that's why I'm just giving this a margin top of 1. So 1 is basically 8 pixels. So this will all be clickable, so I will make them list item button, right? And then there are few properties that we can give to this button as well. So basically if we clicked this button, which means if we go back to this, if we click this chat, so basically by default this will be the color of the chat, but if I click on it, it's going to be blue, which means it's the open chat. So that means this chat is selected because it's in the URL. So I'm just going to, so there is a property that is called selected, and it is a boolean. So what we can do is we can, for now I'm just going to say true. Okay, now to pass, so if I do that, we won't be able to see anything right now because we don't have any chats, but for now let's just also add some dummy item here, list item icon, and that will be an avatar. For now let's say nothing is being passed in the avatar, and then after that, so I want a grid item, so grid, I want it to be a container, and flex direction to be column. Okay, and the first item is list item text, right? And then it will be chat title. Okay, I will tell you why we added this grid item later on. For now we're just gonna add this, and as always we're gonna pass a few of the properties to this, like primary typography props. It's going to be variant body 1, and then the color will be theme dot palette dot text dot primary. Okay, now if I go back, actually I need to use this chat list items in this chat list drawer. So let's just say chat list items, not the item but the plural one. You will see this. Okay, currently it's not actually showing the proper colors, right? But this is how it will be. So it's already selected. Now let me just add few more properties to our chat list item. So the list item text is fine. We have enough of the properties that we want. We just want few properties on the button itself. So if the button is selected, we want, so which is selected, so it's this is how it's going to be, but we want to pass a custom color. So what I'll say, I'll just use the SX props again, and from the MUI documentation I found out that if I style this class inside the selected SX props, and then I'll give this beige color theme dot palette dot primary dot main, and then the color is going to be theme dot palette dot common dot white. Now it will behave like this, because according to MUI docs, if I want to style anything that is select a button which is selected, I just need to customize this, right? Now we have the chat list item ready. If we just go there, right, and have two of them chat list item, right, like this, you see there is a little bit of the gap between them, and that's the margin top that I added, right? Now I don't want the gap in all of these items, so that's why I just added a margin top to each of these items. So our chat list drawer is kind of complete now. So what we need to do now is to create a UI for sign up page and login page, and then we will set up our server. So to create the UI for the sign up and the login page, inside the components folder, I'll create a new folder called auth, right? And inside the auth, I'll first create auth.tsx, and then I'll just say RAFCE, which is going to be just containing this function. And then also I'm going to create a new file called login.tsx and signup.tsx. So let's do RAFCE in these files. Okay, now in the auth file we will import these, but first I just import grid. I'll give it a container property. Width will be 100%, the height will be 100 VH, so the full screen height, and the justify content will be center. The align items will also be center. Now inside this I will have another grid which will have a another prop named item. So basically this is not going to be a display flex now, but I will say display flex manually because I want it to be display flex. But if I provide the container, it just overflows of the component, this parent component. So I am going to do this grid item display flex, and I want the flex direction to be column, and the gap I will give 2. The height I will predefine a hard-coded height of 500 pixels. You can change it as you want. Okay, now before that I just going to create a component here for use in this file, custom tab panel. Okay, and then it's going to accept props, which we will define here. Interface custom tab panel props, which is going to be children. It's going to be optional, and it's going to be React node. The index and the value, which is both going to be number. So let's copy this from here. I'm going to return if value is equal to index, then return children. Now let's destructure these things from the props. Children value is equal to props. Actually this is children, not children. Okay, now let's go back to this grid. I just created that component to handle that conditional rendering logic for me separately. So now here I will import tabs from material UI, and I'll give them a value. Now let's keep it empty. It also needs an on change. We will create that function as well. I want to pass a custom component to change the look and feel, and I will say it's going to be paper component, which will be imported from MUI as well. And then inside I will have a tab component which is going to have a label, and now that label will say sign in, so self closing, and then another one was going to say sign up. Okay, now I'm just going to create a state value. It's going to be tab value, set tab value, and then it's going to be use state, and the type will be number, and it starts with 0. Alright, and then I'll say function handle tab change. Okay, and then it will, so basically this tab change function will get 2 argument because we are going to pass this directly in this on change like this, and this tab value will be passed as value to this. Now inside this function, we're just going to say set tab value to new value, and we're just going to put an underscore before this event. Now let's go down. So after these tabs, I will say custom tab panel, and the value will be tab value, and the index will be 0. Inside I'll say login from login. Now that's going to copy paste, will be index will be 1 and sign up. Now this is what it's going to do according to our custom tab panel. If the index that I provided, just okay, so the index that I provided, if it's equal to the tab value, so basically the tab value is always starting from 0 because we initially set it up with 0. So this is 0, this is 1, and when we click on a tab, it is going to change the value from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0. And according to our custom tab panel, if the value is equal to index, basically this to this, we're going to render the children, otherwise we're not going to do anything. So basically whatever we select, we're just going to show that. If I go back to the routes, the auth route is going to show us the app, but now we are going to use auth component, which is then going to use this logic to show us the custom components. Now let's go to auth. So you see you have login, sign up, sign in, sign up. Okay, now let's design the login and the sign up page. So the login page basically will have a grid. So we'll say grid container justify content center, and then align items is also center. Inside we will have another grid with container as props, flex direction column, gap will be of 2. I will provide some SX props such as width will be for small screens 300 pixels, for extra small screens it will be 300 pixels, for small screens it will be 400 pixels, and anything medium or above will be 500 pixels. Now I also want to pass a custom component to it, so I want the paper component to change the look and feel. The variant will be elevation, so it will look like it has a box shadow by default. And the padding I want for the extra small screens to be 2, anything for small screens is 4, and anything above medium is going to be 8. Okay, now inside I'll just say typography, and the variant will be h5, and the color will be, so let me just get the theme object here first. Const theme is equal to use theme from material UI. I'm going to say theme dot palette dot text dot secondary, and it will say sign in. After this we're going to use the custom text field, so we'll say that, and we're going to use 2 of them. And the first thing we'll pass to the first one is placeholder, which is going to be email, which is going to be enter your email, and I will also pass it a label of email. It's going to be required. It's going to be also of size small. It's going to copy all of these, pass it here, enter your password. Label is going to be password. It's also going to be required. Now let me just create a new custom component, custom button.tsx. Now why custom button? Because I wanted to have a few props that will show a conditional UI, basically a loader UI, and I don't want to do that on every button, so I'm just going to create one button which will accept the loading prop and then show the appropriate URLs, UIs. Now the props that it will accept is going to be loading, children, and all of the rest of the props. Now where are these props coming? I'm just going to say interface custom button props extends button props from MUI, and I'm just going to add loading as a extra prop. Okay, and then I'm just gonna say custom button props. So inside, if I'm loading, then I want to return a button from MUI with all the props that I have spreaded, and I want to show circular progress component, but I want the size to be 20. So every time I have this button which is loading, which if my state is loading, the button will show a loader instead of the text, so the user also knows that it's loading. Else it's always going to show the button with all the props spreaded and children, or means any text that we provide inside it. Now let's go back to login. So after this custom text field, I'll say custom button, and it will be sign in. Now we can go to the login page and see we will have this UI. Now this button is not what I wanted, so I'm just going to pass a variant of contained. Now I will have this button. So the props that I made it to accept, like the loading props, I'm not going to pass it right now. When we have the API integration, we will pass then we will see, then I will show you why it's going to show, but for now I can just say loading true, and you see there is a loader, right? So also when it's going, so right now it's not visible, only it's visible when we hover, but I'm also going to disable the button when it's going to load, when it's the API is in the loading mode. So let's say disabled. So this is how it will look like when it's loading or making an API call which is not finished yet, right? So we will do that when we have the API. So our login is done. Now let's work on the sign up. So the sign up will have almost everything that we have here. So I'm just gonna copy it from here and just gonna import this, this, and paper, typography, custom text field, custom button. Now instead of sign in, it will say sign up. So if I go back, this is how it will look like, but it will also have a full name text field, because while signing up I want the users to provide a full name as well. So I'm just going to go here, and before the password we will just say enter your full name. The label will be full name, the size will be small as is, the type of this will be text, right? And actually this is also going to be text. Now actually this is going to be email, and I'm going to say this is also required, this is required, and this is going to be type password. And actually let me just add these in here as well. Type email, type password. So in the sign up now we have email, full name and password, and after password we also want to have a confirm password input as well, so user can enter password and confirm it. Enter we will say confirm your password, say confirm password, and this is also going to be required. And inside of sign in it's going to say sign up. So this is our sign up and login form, but this is not going to do anything because we don't have our backend set up yet. Okay, so now we will create this section, the conversation section, where we will have the list of messages like this, and this header which will display the conversation name or the username that we are trying to chat with. Okay, so in our application, so let's start with that. We will go to the responsive chat drawer. Now I will create a one more folder in the components folder. I will name it conversation. Okay, and let me just rename it. And inside this conversation folder I will create my component that I want, which is conversation container.tsx or AFCE. And I will remove this and let me just take it and I'm gonna add it here. So if we go back we will see conversation container over here. Now inside that conversation container we will import grid. There will be a container, flex direction will be column, the width will be 100% of the available width. It will also have custom SX prop as well, which will be margin left. There will be drawer width and pixel. Now this drawer width is actually not available in this section, so what I will do is I'll say drawer width, and I will take the drawer width from here and I will put it in this responsive chat drawer, and I will pass it here, and also I need to pass it here as well. So we won't get error in this place. Now we will come and fix the types later on. For now let's just use as is. Okay, now next I will also create a custom app bar, basically nav bar, which is this, and I'm going to use the same component that I used in this section, which is toolbar from MUI. Okay, for that I'm just going to go in the custom folder. I will create custom app bar .tsx or AFCE. Now it totally depends on you what you want to name it, right? So don't just think that if I'm naming it you have to name it as what I have. So first of all I'm going to use a app bar component from the MUI, okay, which is going to do this. Let me just take this and add it here. So you will see, am I doing? Okay, we are doing it. So I think you won't be able to see it right now because it's not visible because it doesn't have any um, content inside. So I want the position of this to be fixed, so it will always stay on the top, and the color I want to be transparent. Okay, the next thing is going to be some access SX props, which is width, which again I'm going to do some CSS here, which I actually played around and came up with. So it's nothing mysterious. You can always customize it as you want, right? And as you see, we are already going to use this here, so I'm just going to accept draw width here. And now this I think has to be pixels, and let me just pass draw width here. All right, so inside the app bar I'm going to add that same component toolbar, and inside this I'm going to have a grid which will have a container prop, justify content space between, so everything will be away from each other. Align items will be center. Now I wanted to have an avatar, and let's go and check. So if you see, we already have the app bar and it's exactly the same height as this section because they are same component and they have a definite height that we will be seeing in the code without even applying it. Now after the avatar I want to have one more grid item, any other prop, and this will be a typography component and which will contain the conversation title. So whichever, we will fix this when we have the data from the API. I do want to apply the theme colors to it, so I will import the theme and then I will give the color theme dot palette dot text dot secondary. Now after this I want to have, so you remember we will have that online status in here, so that for that I will add a new typography component here, but this time I will add a variant, so I will make it smaller and I will just say online. Now it will show underneath the conversation. Now after this we actually need to wrap them together, so let me just wrap this. So actually after this grid we will have one more grid which will be item display flex, then the gap will be 1 which is going to be 8 pixel, align items will be center, so I don't want them to stay away from each other. Instead when I move this in, it will come here and everything we put now will go to the right side, so these are together and then everything will be on the right side. So after this what we will have is a icon button. So after this grid we will add icon button and it will have more word icon, which is actually the 3 dots. Now on this icon button I will add SX prop and let's add some colors. It will be theme dot palette dot text dot secondary. Now let's go and see. So you see there is 3 dots. Now it's up to you if you want to delete or remove that ripple effect, but I think I will keep it on this one. Now on click of this one, usually what happens is you will see another menu that will pop up. We will do same here as well. For that what I will do, I will create a state here as always and I will name it chat menu anchor element. You can name it whatever you want. Set chat menu anchor element, that will be use state HTML element or null. Okay, now let me first wrap everything that I have here with a fragment, because I'm not going to put the popover into a new component. So I will say boolean chat menu anchor element. If that is true, then use popover and open again boolean chat menu anchor element on close, actually here, no, sorry, here on close, it will be set chat menu anchor to null, anchor element will be chat menu anchor element, and the anchor origin will be vertical bottom and horizontal will be left, so it will pop up properly. Now before that, let me just add the on click on this icon button. I'll just copy this type here, and then say set chat menu anchor element event dot current target. Okay, so inside this popover I will use the menu item, and this menu item will have grid, which will be an item display flex. The align items will be center, gap will be 1, and then I will also have another icon button which will be close icon, and I will have a typography which will be saying close, and also I have to provide the color to it as well so I can see it properly on my currently applied theme. So I will say text dot secondary. Okay, now this is one menu item which is going to be close. Now I will have the second menu item which will be delete icon, and on the icons itself you usually have a property called color which is going to have some property. So we are going to use the error, and then in here it will say delete. Now when we use this error, it is going to make, let me just refresh, this button red, and if I say success it will be green. So right now we have this options. Now they don't do anything on click, but we will add that functionality later on. So now we have our left side and the conversation header ready. Next we will create this bottom section, but before that we have to add this container, and then we will have this. So in conversation container we will create a message list component. So for that, let's create a new folder in the components which I will call message. Okay, and all the components that I will have regarding the message will go in here. The first one is messagelet.tsx. Now let me just create that component. For now we are not going to have any data in here, but I'm just going to give the container and then a height. We'll come to the height later. For now let's keep it like that. The SX prop will be overflow Y. So basically from up to down direction I want it to scroll, and then I want the flex wrap to no wrap, so it won't mess up the UI by overflowing the elements and making another scroll bar. After that I want the padding to have 2, which is 16 pixels. Flex direction will be column, and then the gap will be 1 among the message cards. Now regarding the height, so what we have to do is we have to use this calc function, and the total height of the screen is 100 VH, right? And while I was making this video, so to have this section only till here, so I found out that this toolbar has a height of 138 pixels. Okay, so if we check this section, so it has a height of 64 pixels, right? But we are going to have the bottom container as well, which is also going to have almost the same height as this. So 64, so we want this section and this section to be fixed, one on the top, one on the bottom, and the middle one will take the rest of the height. So basically that means 100 VH minus 64 pixels of this and 64 pixels of the bottom container. Okay, so we will see now, instead of 100 VH, I will say minus 138 pixels. Okay, now I want to have this container and then add it here, but then again you won't be able to see anything. Let me just add something here. Now if you see, you don't see the high on the screen, because even though we said that it should take the total height, which minus 138 pixel, which is this height minus this height, but still the component is going up, right? So we want the component, the message list component, this one, to move down only till this height. So the easiest way for that is to have a empty toolbar component like this after the app bar, and then the message list, and that automatically push down this component, message list component. So right now if you see, the total height is just enough that we want. So it is taking into consideration that there is a app bar, fixed app bar above it, and there will be a fixed bottom message, send message container below it, and then everything inside will be overflow, and we can scroll and everything. Now let's build the send message container. So in the message folder, I will create a send message container.tsx, and let me just remove this. I will take this and put it here, and you will see it's already in the bottom. It's not up, it's not down, it's just in the bottom. Now let's style it and make it look better. So first of all, let's just have a fragment. Now I want to have a divider or a line on top of it, which is the easiest way is just to use the divider. So I know that this is where the message container ends. Okay, now the second thing, I will create my grid, which will be an item, and the left and right pixel I want 5, and then top and bottom I want 1. The display will be flex, and the line items will be center. The gap will be 2. Okay, now inside this I will have my custom text field, and let's add some properties to it. The first one will be the placeholder, and I will say send message. I want it to be full width. Alright, now let's first go and see. Okay, so you see we already have it. Now there is a little bit of a scroll, then we will fix it soon. But for now, let's just go back and add some other more properties. So I want it to be multi-line, but I only want it to have 2 rows. So when it means that when we type, it will expand in height up to 2 rows, but not more than that. Then I will provide input props again, which is going to have these icons over here, right? So how will we do that is we will say first of all start adornment. Basically what icon we want in the start, that will be icon button, and then I want attach file icon, and let me just get the theme object here, use theme, and I will give this, well, not this, I'll give this icon button a sx prop, and I want to use color dot theme dot palette dot success, sorry, not secondary, success dot main. Okay, now if we go back, you see there is this green color attach file icon. There is another one that is in the right side which I want here, and adornment, and that will also be a icon, but there will be two icons on the right side. So if you see, there are two icons, so there will not be just one icon button, there will be a grid item. So basically we can provide a custom component in here, whatever we want. So let's do grid, which will be a item display flex, then it will be align items center, then the gap will be 1, which is 8 pixels. Now inside this we will have icon buttons. So the first one will be outbound, that means that send icon, and then I'm just going to copy this and attach it here. So if you see in here, you will have that green icon. Actually it's not going to be main, it's going to be light, and color, yeah, light green, this is dark green. Now for that emoji icon, we will have another icon button, but before this icon button, and we will say emoji emotions, this one, and that's it. But this is like in gray color, so let's add a color to it. So what I will do, I'll just copy this, paste it here, but instead of success.light, I will say warning dot main, so it's going to be yellow like this. Let's see, yeah, it's the same. Okay, but what are these buttons going to do? So first of all, we can actually do this emoji icon. So let me see, are we missing any properties on the text field? Yes, we are missing the size property, which is going to be small. So that is actually going to fix a little bit of our scrolling issue, but not that much. But let's integrate this emoji to have this popover, and then we will do rest of the things when we have the API ready. Now but for that, what we have to do is we have to import. So first of all, we have to maintain a state open emoji picker, which will be a anchor element. So we'll say open emoji picker element set open emoji picker element, use state HTML element or null. Now I want it to open when I click on this icon button, so I will say on click, and I will copy this type from here, put it over here, and then set open emoji event dot current target. Now after this grid item, let's create our popover. So I will say boolean, then I'll say open emoji picker element. If that is true, then you open this popover, and again I'll say boolean open emoji picker element, and then on close I'll say set open to null, and then I will provide the anchor element, after that anchor origin. So now this time I want it to open on its default position, but I think we will be okay without it. So now inside this, we will use emoji picker component that we will get from Emoji Mart. So basically, there is a component provided by Emoji Mart, which is Emoji Picker from Emoji Mart React. When we import that, we can use it here, but then we will also have to provide it the emoji data, which we will get as data from Emoji Mart data library that we installed. Now, how to pass this? So we will do so this emoji picker element accepts a data prop like this, and then it also have a emoji select function, which means whenever we choose an emoji, we will get the emoji data, and there is already a type that I already gave you, so you can import that. And then inside this function, for now let's just console log emoji data. Okay, now this is our popover. Now let's go and see. Let me just open up the console and do a refresh, and okay, we have the emoji. We choose, so this is the emoji data that we get, and we will be using whatever information we need according to our database, and we will send it to the server. Okay, now this is our send message container. I think we are done with this UI for now. Let's create the models that will open up when we click any of these options from the menu. So for the model that will open up here will be the same model. We will use one model only, but we will pass a different type to each of them on basis of what we click over here. Let's go to the code, and now inside this conversation folder, I will create a new start conversation modal.tsx fce. Okay, and inside this we will have a dialog, which is again a component from MUI, which will have a open. For now, let's just create it. We will add the necessary props later on. I'll say dialog title. This will be select users to start a conversation. Then we will have dialog actions. This can be close. The next button will be contained variant, and it will say create. Now in between dialog title and dialog actions, we will have dialog content, and then inside the dialog content we will have a grid, which will be a container flex direction column. The gap will be 2 sx. So I want to provide some width, which will be 600 pixels. Inside this grid, I will have a custom text field. Okay, now in this custom text will have some properties. First one is size will be small. The placeholder will be search users to start conversation, and the variant will be outlined. After this custom text field, I want to have one more text field, which will be For group title, it will have the same things, but just the placeholder will be please enter a group title. This will be required. Yes, this will also have a label group title. After this text field, we will have another grid. Now this grid will contain our users, so the list of users. So I will say item.display flags, and flags extraction will be column. The gap in between the items will be 1. The max height will be 300 pixels and everything else will be overflow scroll. So I will say overflow y to be scroll. Now inside this I will have all my users. So let's create a user item, and that I will create in this folder, shared folder, add user item, will list item dot tsx rafce, and then let me just take this and put it here. Yeah, let me just copy paste so we can have 2 or 3. So the add user item will be a list item, so list item. Also let's get the theme here. Actually it will be from material, not from emotion. Now inside the list item, first of all it will have few properties such as sx, and then the color will be theme dot palette dot common dot white. It will have background color of theme dot palette dot divider and the border radius of 4. Inside the list item I will have list item button, which also will have some sx props, which will be border radius of 4, and inside we will have list item icon, and that will be an avatar. After that we will have a list item text. Now let's provide some props to it, which will be color that I want will be theme dot palette dot primary dot main. Okay, now inside this actually not like this, I want to have primary typography props, and then I want to provide color. Then color will be palette dot text dot secondary, and then variant will be h6, and inside here I will say users name. After the list item I will have one more list item icon, and this will be a check icon, so check circle icon. Now we will have a conditional icon over here, when that will be based on whether this user is selected to be added to the chat or not, and same goes for this custom field text as well, which will only show up if we try to create a group chat, but we will add those conditions later on. For now, let's have that dialog box to use the props. So basically what we want to accept here is open, on, close, Now I will say open is going to be equal to open, on close is going to equal to on close. We will pass this function from outside of this component. Max width, I want to have LG, which is large, and full screen, this is going to be coming on later as it is a responsive prop. Now let's go to chat list heading component, and in here I will add a new boolean state, open create conversation model, set open create conversation model, and that will be use state boolean false. Now in here I will say open create conversation model. If it is true, then open this model, but now I want to have to pass these two props, which is open and on close, and I'm just going to say false, because every time I want to close it, I just want to set it to false. Now when are we going to open it? I'm going to open it when I'm going to click on this add button, but then inside when I open and when I click on any of these two. So let's say for this one I will add on click set open to true and set open to true here as well. So if I do this, this opens up. If I do this, this opens up. But how do we track if this is a group or a new chat? So instead of having it just boolean, we will say it will be an object is open, which is going to be a boolean, and then type, which will be direct message or group. By default is open will be false and the type will be direct message. And when we are here, instead of saying is true, we'll say is open to true and the type will be direct message. And we'll copy this, come here, the instead of group, sorry, direct message, I'll say group. And when in this on close as well, we will say is open is false and the type is going to be direct message. So now we can go back in the start conversation model. Actually, I will need to pass is open here, and then I need to accept type as a new prop, and then this will be the type, but that is not available right here. That let's just add it here for now. Now I will wrap this custom text field. If its type is equal to group, only then show it. So now let's see what happens if I click on new chat. I just get this. If I open new group, I will get the group title as well. But if you see, we are not able to see this title. We need to fix this by providing a color to the dialog title. So color will be theme, which is not available in this component. So let's get it. Theme, there will be dot palette dot text dot secondary. Now if I open it, I'll see the text both times. Okay, so we have that model now. I think it's now time to build our server and integrate our APIs for this section. So we can have a authentication in place, and we can create users and log in as users. So now we will set up our server, and for that we will use Node.js, Express and Prisma. So let's first initialize the server, npm init y. Now we will install some dependencies. So following are the dependencies. The first one is UUID, that will generate a unique ID for us in the backend when we save our things to database. Socket IO is going to be serving our WebSocket connection for this backend. JSON Web Token to generate the token. Image Kit, we are just going, this is a server side dependency that we have for Image Kit. I will show you guys why we need this on the front end and back end both. Express.env chorus to have the apply the chorus options. Cookie parser, body parser, bcrypt to hash the passwords and save it in the database, and Prisma client. Actually, it's Prisma slash client. Now we will also have to install few of the dev dependencies as well. So these are the dev dependencies. Most of them are the types for the libraries that we install because they do not come with the built-in types. And the Prisma is also we needed to install as a Prisma dev dependency as well, because the Prisma client is going to help us in production, but this Prisma is needed in the development mode. The TSX is actually a replacement that I use in for the node mode. So for the TypeScript applications, I use TSX to restart my server every time, like we do in the node mode. The TypeScript is also needed in the dev dependency. So let's install these. In the package JSON, we're going to add type module, so we can use the modern.es syntax for JavaScript. In the scripts, we will add one start script, which is going to be node dist/index.js. The second one will be build script, which will be just tsc, and then we will have a dev script, which is going to be npx tsx watch source index.ts. And then I just want to have one more, which is going to be Prisma update schema. So every time we update any schema, we won't have to run commands around again and again. We'll just run this command, which is going to run all the commands for us. So one will be Prisma generate, and then immediately npx Prisma db push. All right, now let's add a tsconfig.json file, tsconfig.json, and you can go to the GitHub gist and copy this following tsconfig file and paste it over here. We also need a source folder, and inside the source folder we will create index.ts file. Now in this file, first import .env from .env. Second thing we will import is going to be cookie parser from cookie parser. Next will be import chorus from chorus. Then we will import body parser. Now we'll say .env.config. We'll say app.use. Now we don't have the app yet, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a socket folder inside this source. So I want to set up my socket server as well initially, and my whole server is also going to be based on that. So first I'll say socket.ts. So I will not create a app instance in the index.js file, rather than I will create it over here. So I will import first server from socket IO. Second thing I need is import express from express. Next thing I need is import create server from HTTP. It's actually node http. Next thing I need is to say const app equal to express, and then we will say const server is equal to create server and app. So now what we are going to do is we are creating a server by using this method, and we are attaching our express app to it. Now we will say const io, that is going to be the socket server, new server, and then we will pass our server, and then we want to pass the chorus, and then this object will have origin. The origin will be this array of strings, and I will say http localhost 5174, and methods is actually going to be array of string. Now I'm just going to export app, server and IO. So I'm going to export all these three, and now I will go back into my index.ts file, and now I will say app.use. Now I don't have the app, I need to import it. So I did it because I want to keep the same instance across the app. I don't want to have multiple instances of multiple servers. So now I will provide origin, actually I will say chorus, and then I'll say origin, and then I will provide http localhost 5174, and then after that it will be credentials true. So I want the cookies to be come and go with the with all the requests, and then I want my application to parse them. Next thing I will use is cookie parser, so I can accept those cookies, parse it, and then use it in my application. The other next thing will be body parser.json, so all the requests that will come in will be parsed and converted to JSON for my handlers to work on. Now I will say IO, which I need to import .use, and then on, actually I will say I.on, and connection will be the socket. For now let's just console.log the socket. Now I will say server, which is also going to be imported, listen, and then I want to use the port, so let's say 8181, and then console.log server is running on port 8181. Alright, let's try and start our application. So server is running on 8181. Let's see, let me open up the browser and let's run this. HTTP localhost, instead of 5173 I will say 8181. So it's giving me this error, but if we go back to the code, we actually didn't create this connection. So I will first create this app.getRoute, and I'll say okay, let me just refresh. Now I see this, so it didn't return me anything because I did not send anything from the server, but our server is now set up on a very basic level. Now first thing, I will create a controller file, but before that let's do some of the housekeeping stuff. So now what I want you to do is go to the description and get the constants .ts file, not JS actually, TS, and you should copy and paste it here. Now we don't have a env file yet, so let me just create one, and we want to create it in the root, so .env, and I'm gonna paste this over here, and I'm gonna just change this to 4. I don't think I need this one, and alright, and this one will be 8181. The database URL, I'm going to use my local Postgres instance. You can use your own as well. I'm going to use the local database instance that I have. You can provide your database from the local, or you can provide the hosted one. JWT secret key, this is some random string that I have that I'm going to use, and these three we will get it later on. For now we can just keep them empty. Now after this constants file, we will also need to create our schema. So let's first, inside this source folder, we will create a new file called prisma.ts, and this Prisma file will have the Prisma instance that I don't want to invoke every time in the new file, so I'm going to export it from here. So it means that we will not make that many connections to the database. So I will just first need the Prisma client from Prisma client, and then next thing I will need is export const Prisma is equal to new Prisma client, and then I will, actually I don't need to pass anything, but I, for just the purpose of knowing what's happening, I'll say Prisma dot connect, and then dot then I want to say console.log database connected, and if there is any error, then I'll say console dot, let's say message error connecting to DB, and the error. Actually Prisma is not working, so what we can do is we can go to prisma.io and we can say get started, quick start from scratch. I want the Postgres, which is fine, Typescript. Okay, everything else we have. Okay, we need to run this command npx prisma, so we'll say this. Okay, and we need to run prisma init, so let's run that. So in the envs it actually tried to create the database URL, but we already have it, so not going to override it. But we see there's a Prisma folder now. Now we can keep the Prisma folder as is. What I need you to do is go to the description and copy the schema and that I provided there and paste it here. I'm just going to explain what it means. So we will have a user model which will have a ID which will be string, unique, and default one we will use UUID. Then it will have email, which I put a unique constraint so no user will be able to sign. The name will be a string. The DB text means the name can be anything, any longer text. The image URL is a optional string value. The created at date time is the type of that, and the default one is going to be the noun at the time when we are creating. The password is a string. The image ID is also going to be string but optional. Now user is going to have a one-to-many relation with the members, which means one user can be also a part of members table multiple times. So because what we are going to do is every time we create a conversation, we will create a new member inside that conversation for that user. Okay, so now the member model is going to be id string, same as the user joined at. The user id is going to be a string, but then it's going to be connected to the user with the relation of user id to the reference to the id. So basically what we are saying is this member is can be linked back to the user, but the user can be linked to many members because it can have one to many, but this is one to one. So this is many to one. So this is conversation and the conversation ID and the relation for that, and then we also have a role which we will implement later in the code. Now the conversation is also going to have a string. It's going to have a boolean value is group, true or false, but by default it's going to be a false. It's going to have a group title, which is also an optional string. It will have a multiple members, then multiple messages. The type is also is optional, then created and type updated as the timestamps. I created a enum for type, which is going to be a direct message or group, is the same one that we use in the front end. The role is going to be either admin or member. Now the message is also ID of the message, the body of the message, the conversation ID, which means from to which conversation it belongs to, the sender ID. The sender ID will be sender ID will have relation to the sender, which is going to be a member, right? So which means we can know who actually sent it, so we can show it if we needed it and we can use it for our use case. Then it will have a created at, updated at. Now these two fields are optional because now why this Prisma is complaining. Okay, it has any type. Let's do this. Okay, so this is one thing is done, that we have the schema. Now we also have this. So what we need to do is npm run Prisma update schema. So now when we will run this Prisma update schema command, it will actually going to generate and push our migration to the database. Now let me just bring my Postgres. So this is my PG admin on my local. So this is the chat app database that I had, and it is now it now has 4 tables: user, message, member, and conversation. And you should also have the same. Now let's implement our first route, which is going to be auth route. For now, I'm going to create a new folder in under the source, which is going to be controllers, and then inside I will create my first auth controller.ts. I will say import express from express, and then const auth controller is equal to express dot router, and export default auth controller. Now we will go back to the index, and I'm just going to remove this because I don't need it anymore, but I'm going to say app.use, and every time I make a request to auth route, I'm going to use auth controller from my auth controllers file. Now inside this file I will have first I will have auth controller.post, and I want to say sign up. So this is my sign up route, and I will have a sign up function that I will just create now. The second one will be the login that I will login, that will help me do the login. Okay, and the third one will be auth controller dot post, sorry, dot get, and then it will be verify user. Okay, now what is this function for? So basically every time, so in the front end what my logic is going to be that every time I'm going to refresh or go to any other page, I want to make sure that I keep in sync with that database. So I will call this verify user API to make sure that every time that a user is trying to access some page, they have a valid token, and if they not, they will be redirected back to the to the auth page. So this is just going to help with that. It's just going to take the token from the cookies and then just validate it, and if it's a valid token, then it will let them go. Otherwise it will make sure that they redirect to the auth page. So now to have the sign up and login functions, I'm going to create a new folder which is going to be by models. Now inside these models, the first I'm going to create actually auth model.ts. Now the first thing in this file I'm going to create is the sign up function. Okay, so let's say export const sign up, and that will be an async function which is going to accept a request that is a type from request from express, and the response which is also coming from express. And then inside what we will do is we will first accept email which is needed, password, name, image URL. By default it can be null, that will be coming from request.body of the request. Now if there is no email, we want to do something. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to handle all the errors first. So I will say response.json message is email is required. If there is no password, I will say response.json message password is required. And if there is no name, spawn.json message name is required. Now after this I'm just going to do a try catch block, and inside the try I'm going to check if there is any existing user already in our database. So I'll say existing user await Prisma. We will import it dot user dot find first where email is email. So I'm just using the shorthand syntax in the newer JavaScript where I can just omit the, if the property name and the value name will have the same name, then I can just omit it. Now if there is no existing user, then actually let's handle the possible case first. So if there is an existing user, then I will just say response.json message is going to be email is already in use. So basically we will send the message to the front end that this email is already in use, and let's return it from here. So we won't move forward. Actually let's return all of this so it won't keep running, it will stop on the first instance. Now if there is no existing user, only then we are going to say const hashed password. So we are going to hash the password with await bcrypt dot hash, actually my bad, bcrypt. So we have to import the bcrypt. So bcrypt from bcrypt, and then I will say hash, and then I have to provide the password which is coming from the front end, and then the salt rounds which will be 10. Now I will create the new user. New user is equal to await prisma dot user dot create, and the data will be email, name, image URL, password, which is going to be hashed password, not the normal password that we are getting from the input. We want to use the hashed password. Now I want to return a cookie which I will name token, but then I don't have that token yet. So that is going to be a handler utility function. So I will create a utils folder. Inside I will create generate token.ts. Right now, inside that file, I'm just going to say export default async function generate token, and I'm going to accept user, which is going to be of type Prisma dot user create input, and I'm going to say const token is equal to JWT. Now I'm just going to import JWT from JSON web token. Now I'll say JWT dot sign. Now to sign I will need email, which is going to be user dot email. I will need ID, which is going to be user dot ID. Then I will need a name, which is going to be user dot name. I will need image URL, which is going to be user dot image URL. Now you will see these red squiggly brackets, which actually mean that we need also the JWT secret key. Now if you see, I'm exporting the JWT secret key in the constants file, so I don't have to do the process.env dot this and that everywhere in the file. I'm just going to import it from the constants directly, but inside the constants I'm doing all that. So make sure you do that, or if you prefer the other way, you can always do that. Now we also provide the expires in. I want it to expire in 7 days. So this is how you create a token with the JSON web token. Now we'll just return this token. Now in the auth model, so when we do this, it is res.cookie, and then we'll say token. So this is actually the cookie name. Now we also need to provide the cookie value, which is going to be await generate token, and then I will provide the new user. Now after this, you can just say return response.json, and message is going to be signed up successfully. You can customize this message however you want, and the user is going to be, so if I send the new user as is, I will be sending the password, the hash password as well. I don't want to send that. I'm just going to create a custom object. Email is going to be new user dot email, and it's going to have the ID new user dot ID. Then it is going to have the name new user dot name, and the image URL is going to be new user dot image URL. So this is what I'm going to send to the front end as well, just in case if the front end is going to use that input. And on the cache block, I'm just going to console.log the error, and response.json, I'm just going to say error is stringified version of the error. Now in the auth controller, let's import this function, and that's it. Now let's make the login function as well, and then we will integrate it with the front end. So let's export login async, which is again going to accept request. Response is going to be response. Now in the login function, we will only get email password from the request body. Now I'm just gonna copy paste these two, and after that I'm just gonna have a try catch. I'm gonna say const existing user, so I'm just gonna check if there is an existing user. So let's copy this over here. Now this time, if there is no existing user, then I will return response.json that message couldn't find the user. And let's also copy paste this in the catch block. So if there is an existing user, then I will need to check if the user is providing a valid password. So I will say is password valid. How do we check that? I will say await bcrypt dot compare. So I'm going to compare my current password that I'm getting and then existing user dot hashed password, because we saved the hash password in the database. So compare function takes the plain text and the hash password, and then it will compare it. If the password is not valid, then I will return response.json invalid password. Otherwise I'm just going to copy paste this. So otherwise I'm just going to copy paste this, but I'm just going to replace the new user with the existing user, because it's going to be the same, and it's just going to say logged in successfully. Everything else is going to be staying the same. Now let's import the login function as well. While we are in this file, let's create the verify user function as well. So I'll tell you what it's going to do. So it's going to say verify user. Again, it's going to be async, and it will have request, which is going to be request. Response is going to be response. Now I will be using the cookies for this. I won't be sending the body, so it will be coming in the request.cookies. And if there is cookies and there is a token on those cookies, I will try to decode the token. So how will we do that? Decoded token. So to do that, let's put any type here for now. We will say jwt dot, actually I need this jwt imported here, so let's import it. It's going to be verify. So the verify function is going to take the token and the secret key, so it's going to then tell us if the token is valid or not. But if there is the token is not valid, then I will say return response.json. Actually, instead of saying that, I'm just going to redirect them to the client auth URL, so which is coming from the constant file, but I don't think we have it in the, no we don't. So let's just add it, and it will be auth. Alright, now if the token is decoded, then I'll do a try catch, and then try catch it, I will check if there is any existing user. Now let me just copy this. It's mostly the same functionality, so that's why I'm just copy pasting to save some time. Now I don't have the email, but I have the decoded token, which will include the email in it when we decode the token. So if there is no existing user, I want them to redirect back to the client auth URL, because this it is, then I'm just going to return response.json, and then what I'm going to return is, this is a special syntax that I have, and this is what I'm going to use in the front end as well. This time it's going to is authenticated true, because the token is also valid, the user also exists, and the user itself is going to be email, name, id, image, URL. So this is what we will be sending. Now in the catch block here, I'm going to say console.log error, and also return response.redirect to the client URL. So on this function verify user, I'm going to redirect on every failed scenario, I'm going to redirect them to the authentication URL. So basically the auth route on the front end. So this is our auth already set up now, and now this is our auth. Now we will be able to actually use it on the front end. So actually let me just put port here, and instead of this I will say client URL. So basically I don't want to use any hard-coded URLs in my file. So in here, am I sending something? No, actually in the socket I have it. So this is going to be client URL as string. Okay, let me just check I have it. Yes, we do. Okay, so let's run it once and see if we see any errors, and we do. Yes, actually we need to actually comment this out for now, and this as well. And now when we try to run, because we are not going to do the image kit right now, we will do it later. So when we do this, and we don't see any error, database is also connected. So now what we can do is we can go back to the front end, and we can now create a new folder called API. Now inside this API we are going to handle all these scenarios. So in this API now we are going to handle all our API calls. So first I'm going to actually create a reusable auth fetch handler function, and this will be export default async function auth fetch handler is going to accept a generic type, and then it will also accept a endpoint, a method, and data. And the type for it is going to be endpoint is going to be a string. The method is going to be optional because by default we will do get, and I'm just going to post these. And then the last thing is going to be data, which is going to use that generic type that we pass on every instance of this function. Now first thing is URL, that is going to be our server URL that we don't have it yet. So let's create a .env file in the front end as well now, and from the description you can copy these URLs. So we just need three of them. 8181 will be our port. We don't need these for now, so you can ignore that. What I am thinking is also let's create our utils folder over here as well. Oh, we already have it. Okay, we can create our constants file in here as well, and you can go to the description and get all these from over there and just paste it over here. So these are the endpoints that we are going to create, but for now we can just paste it as is. Now in the auth fetch handler we are going to say read server URL, and then we are going to merge our endpoint that we want to call after that. So we'll say slash endpoint. So this is our URL. Now let's create some options that we want, because we are going to use Axios. So this will be Axios request config, and then it's going to accept the generic type as well. So first thing I want is with credentials true. So I want my cookies to go with every request, and then the method is either going to be method or by default is going to be get, and the data. Alright, so after this I will have a try catch. Now in the first one I'm just going to say const response is equal to await Axios. So import Axios URL and the options, and just return the response. in the error block I will have console.log the error, and also for now let's just have the console.log error. Now this is our just a generic function handler. Now we will create our Auth API handler. We created that generic handler so we can handle all the errors and try catch at one place, and so we don't have to do it on the others every other place. So here I will export const user sign up, and I'll say async sign up data. Now the type is already given to you, and if you didn't, you can copy it from the GitHub disk gist file, and it's just going to call our auth fetch handler and provide it endpoint. So the endpoint that we want to call is coming from the constants file server endpoints auth, and I want to call the sign up. So this way we won't make any mistakes, and if we want to change the route, we will just change it in one file. We don't have to do it at all the other files. The method I want to do is post, and the data that I want to pass is email, which is going to be sign up data dot email. Name is going to be sign up data dot name, so actually full name, and also I'm going to send the password is going to be sign up data password, and then I'm going to send the image URL if there is any to sign up data dot image URL. Now when I get the response, I'm just going to return. So you see I did not do any try catch in this file because I already handled it in my auth fetch handler, so we don't have to worry about that. So while we are at it, let's create our login function as well. This will be user login, and this will have login data, and the type is as just going to be email, it's going to be string, password is going to be string as well. We don't need anything else. So in here now we don't need this name thing, we don't need this image URL, but we need to replace this. Now instead of sign up, we are going to use login. So this is our auth API handler. Now what I want to do on the front end is that I want to create a auth context which is going to handle the auth state of my app. Now let's create that auth context. So in the context folder, I will create auth context dot tsx, and first I will say export const auth context is equal to create context, and the type is already defined. We have auth context type. Then we will say logged in user is going to be is authenticated false, and the user is going to be null. And the second thing is that we are going to pass is going to be set logged in user, which is going to be just an empty function for now, and show loading to true. So basically these will be the three states that we will be using, and the two states and one function that we will be using to for the auth context. Now the second thing will be auth context provider, and then it will accept children, and the children will be of type React node. Now inside I'm just going to return auth context dot provider and the children. Now I need to set these values. Actually this is going to be the state, so I will say this is a snippet. So logged in user, and then I will have, so let's first import this and add the type, so which will be logged in user. It is going to be is authenticated going to be false, user is going to be null in the beginning. Alright, now let's pass this as a value object logged in user, set logged in user, but I'm still missing the show loading state. So let's have that. So this is also coming from the same snippets extension that I showed you earlier. So I'm just going to say use state, and after that if I say s, it's going to do this. I just have to keep typing the name, and it's going to do it. After typing my state name, I just have to press tab, and if you see, the set show loading is also automatically being uppercase. Now this is going to be actually true in the beginning, and the type is going to be boolean, and I'm just going to add show loading here as well. Now actually, let's just change this name to logged in user. Now after this, we will have a use effect. Okay, in this use effect, what we are going to do is we are going to create the function auth user, which is going to be an async function, and we are going to call that function in the bottom. Okay, now inside this function, first of all, we are going to set show loading to true once again if it is not true, but in the beginning we want it to be true anyway. The second thing is we want to access the cookies. I want to get the token from the cookies. Now the library, the dependency that we installed named React Cookie is going to give access to that. So we'll say use cookies from React Cookie, and it's going to return the first thing that returns us is cookies. Now inside this function, I want to say if cookies, and actually in this hook I will also need to provide is array of string values. So basically this is going to accept array of string values, or you can say the name of your cookies that you want to get access from. So I want to get access for the token, right? That's what we will be saving from the backend. So inside this function, now I will say if cookies and cookies token, and I also want to check the type of cookies token. If it is a string, only then we're going to do try catch, and we're going to say const response is equal to await axios dot get, and we are going to provide read server URL auth verify user, and make sure we have this with credentials true, because otherwise the cookies won't be sent with this request. Now if there is a response and the response has some data, I will set the logged in user that I have currently with that data, or I will set it to null. And then I also want to know in the same file that if I am on the auth page, so basically the scenario is that if I'm on the auth page, then I should be redirected back to my home page if by mistake I came on this page. So my auth context is going to wrap this component as well, and it's going to check if the user is already verified and logged in and have the token available. So it should be sent back to my home page, right? So what I will do is I will try to access the path name. This is going to be coming from use location from React router DOM. So now what I will do is, if inside this response object, if path name is equal to /auth. So basically, if I'm on the auth page by mistake, or I'm trying to go there, I will be navigated back. So actually I need to get that hook as well. Navigate, this is coming from use navigate from React router DOM. I'll say go back to the home page, and if there is any error, console.log the error. What I'm going to do is also that we install that React hot toast dependency, which is going to help us show the toast messages. So I'm going to go into my main.tsx file, and just after this all routes, I'm going to say toaster, and the position I want is top right. You can always put whatever position you want, and this is the settings that I want. And now in the auth context, in the console.log, I will say toast from the toast error, and I want the error to be passed as string, and then I fallback message will be failed to authenticate and verify user, please try again. And also I'm going to pass a styles object as well, which is going to be style border radius 10 pixel, background is going to be 333, color is going to be FFF. So actually this is just a copy paste from the library documentation as is. I'm not doing it myself. So now we need to, let's see, this is try catch. So if there is no cookies, so if there are no cookies, then we will say else we should be navigated back to auth, because then we don't have a token. And after all this, we will be setting the show loading to false, but we are missing some dependencies. So basically cookies will be our one dependency, navigate function, and the path name. So these will be our dependencies. So every time we are going to open a page or anything or refresh, we will be calling this API and verifying if the user has a valid token, is logged in, everything. And if not, then we will be redirected back from the front end and from the back end, both, to the login page. Now we also need to export this auth context. So I'm going to use the same approach that I had before. I'm going to export the function use auth context. So this hook will give me access to all of my auth context, so I don't have to use context and provide that auth context every time in every file if whenever I want to. I'm just going to import this hook, and I'm going to export the auth context provider. Now let's add a disable warning for this. Now this is my auth context provider. Now I'm going to go back into my main.tsx file, and just after the browser router, I'm going to use auth context provider. I'm going to wrap my all routes and toaster in it. Now if we check the network log, oh actually we're getting empty response error, because I'm actually getting this error because I already have a token. So I'm just going to delete or clear my cookies. I won't be getting that error anymore. So now if you see in the network call. We are not calling the API because we don't have a token. So we want to do the sign up and the login, and then we will be able to do that. So in the client, in the auth context provider, we did that. So now we are already handling our logged in state, but we still didn't implement the and the login. So let's go to our sign up page. So now what I want to do is actually I want to go into the source folder. I want to create a hooks folder, and inside that hooks folder I want to create a use auth.ts, and then I will export default function use auth. Now inside this use auth I will define all of my required functions and handlers. So first thing first, I will have a loading state that I actually need to make sure that I want to know whenever, so which loading am I doing. So basically what I want to know is if I'm trying to do a login or if I'm trying to do a sign up, so I can show the loader for the proper component and the proper buttons on the page. The next thing I want is I want to set I want to have the sign up data state. So let's do that. So basically the form state that I will, so the form state that I want to use and that to we will need to connect our form with. So there is already a type for that, sign up data, and then we will get the autocomplete for that. Now it's going to be empty string, email is going to be empty string, full name is going to empty string, it's also going to be empty string. Let me, yep, password is going to empty string as well. Show CP means show confirm password, which is going to be false in the beginning, and show P is going to be false as well, which means show password. And then I'm going to return sign up data, but I also want to have a handler function to set this state for me. So I will say function handle sign up data change, and it's going to accept a key and a value, and the key will be always a string and the value can be a string or a boolean. Now inside this what I'm going to do is set sign up data, and I will accept the previous data and then return my previous data plus key and value, and I want to send this function out as well. So after this I will have my handle sign up function which is going to send this to the API. So I will have a sync function handle sign up, and I will set loading to sign up. So when I'm going to use it outside, I'll show you how and where. Then we will disable or show loadings to the buttons. Now I will have a try catch, and here I'll say const response is equal to await user sign up. So this is the function that we created earlier in the API folder, and now I'm going to check if there is response. So if this is the success response, and then response also has data. So what I want to do is I want to actually set my logged in state with the current user that I signed up with. So I will import use auth context, and I will get this set logged in user. Now the set logged in user wants is authenticated true because I get the response and the data, and the user is going to be response dot data. And as soon as this happens, I want the user to navigate. Actually, I need to get that as well. Navigate to use navigate as. Now I want the user to navigate as soon as to the home page. So when you sign up, you don't have to log in again. You can always just just go to the home page. Now inside the error, I'll just console log the error and have a toast message if there is any error to the stringified, and then either this fallback message and the same styles that we provided earlier. Okay, now let's export this function as well. Now let's go to the sign up page. Here I'm going to use auth, and I'm gonna get handle sign up data change and sign up data. Add value, so that's going to be sign up data dot email, and let's just copy this. This is going to be full name, this is going to be password, and this is going to be C password, so basically confirm password. Now I will have a on change handler as well. So basically event going to be this, and I will call handle sign up data change. Now the key will be email because I'm on the email input. The value will be event.target.value. So I'm just going to copy this function here, going to paste it everywhere, and then I'll come back and make changes to it. So we did the email, which is fine. Now we are at the full name, so this is going to be full name because that's the key that we have. This is going to be password, and this is going to be C password. Now password inputs, we are going to add input props, which is going to have an end adornment, which is going to be icon button, and then add that icon button will contain conditionally if sign up data dot show password is true, then I will use visibility, else I want to use visibility off. But I also want to have a functionality where I can change it, so I will use this on click, and I will say handle sign up data change, and then I will use the key to be show p, and the value will be opposite of sign up data dot show p. So, and I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here, and now it's going to be show cp, which is confirm password. Now this is not going to work as is, we also need to make these conditional as well. So sign up data dot show p that's true, then it's going to be text, otherwise it's going to be password. I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be show CP. Now let's go back and see. On the sign up page, I have email, I have full name, I have password which is not visible, and I can hide and unhide same. On this button, I will have a loading state only if the loading that I'm the loading that I'm importing from here, which I don't think I am, so let's do that over here. So if the loading is equal to sign up, only disable show the loader, and disable the button as well, because as I showed you earlier that I want to make sure that the button is also disabled so we cannot click it anymore. And on click, I want to call handle sign up function. Okay, let's test this in the browser. So I will have first email at email.com, first email, password is password, password is password, so you can see, and we click on sign up, and we are immediately back on the home page, and the sign up was successful. So we are successfully have done our sign up integration. Now we will go to the auth page and let's see. So it is going to send us back to the auth home page because we are already signed in. So now let me just clear the delete the token so I can go to the auth page, and it actually is going to take me automatically. So I'm just going to now integrate the sign in. Now let's implement the login function. So I will go into my login file, and in here I will import the use auth hook, but we don't have the functions that we need in the use auth hook as of now for the login functions. So what I will do is first I will have the login data. So let's see, login data, and that will be, so basically it's just going to be email, password, and show password. So I'm just going to define the type here, email, it's going to be string, password is going to be string, and show p is going to be a boolean. So email will be empty string for now, password will be empty string, show p will be false. Now let me just export this here, and let's just have this side by side. So now I will have loading and login data. Now login data is there, so I also want to have this handle login data change. So basically it's going to be this function, and I'm going to export this out, import it here, but I'm going to set login data in this one. Alright, we already have the handle sign up function, we just need to have the handle login function now. So same like this, we will have a async function handle login, which is going to set loading to login, and then try catch. So the response is going to be await user login, and I will pass the login data. If response and response have data on it, then I will set logged in user to is authenticated true and user to response dot data, and then immediately after I want to navigate to my home page. And for the cache block, as always, like we did before, we're just going to say this: failed to log in, please try again. And after all this, I'm going to set loading to null. Now let me just export this function and then import it here. Okay, so same like in the sign up, like we have this input props, I'm going to copy it for the Shopee, and then I'm going to paste it here. And let me just import this. It's not going to be handle sign up, it's going to be login, and this is going to be login data, not log. And let's import these icons as well, and let's also change this to login data. If it's that, then it's going to be text, otherwise it's going to be password. Okay, now first let me just add the value over here, login data, alright, dot email. On change, I'm going to copy this, handle login data change. The key will be email, the value will be event dot target dot value. Going to copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be password, and I think this is already set, so this we don't need to do anything over here. Now we'll come to the custom button. So is loading is equal to login. We also want to disable it at that point as well, so we'll say loading is equal to login. So let's go to our browser and try to log in now. So we signed up with first email at email.com, and then with the password is the password, so we'll see it works. And let's go to the network log and see. Oh, we actually didn't integrate the function, so this handle login function will be triggered on click. Okay, so let's go back to the browser and now click on sign in, and here we are now again back to the home page. Let's try to go to the auth and see what happens. We are immediately sent back to the home page, and we go to the application and token. We have a token that is set, and let's delete it for now. Now I just want to do a couple of changes in my auth file. So what I want to do is, where is my auth file? Let's just put it here, and so I want to move these changes to my use auth hook, so I don't have any business logic in here. So I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to move this on under the functions, Let me just export these out. I'm going to copy these, go back to auth, put them over there, and that's it. So this way I don't my components don't have any business logic. Everything else is separated out to the custom hooks, and which is good. So I have we have our auth and auth context set up. We did not actually create a logout function, so let's do that as well. So basically what logout function is going to do is going to actually clear our cookies, right? So what I want to do is await remove cookies, and then I will pass the token. But where is this remove cookies coming from? So you remember we installed the package called React cookies, so that when we React cookies, when we invoke it, so we will get cookies and few other things. So we don't want the cookies, so the first argument is always going to be cookies. So well, let's do this. We'll put underscore after this, and then the second thing is again something I don't remember actually, but the third argument we get is remove cookie. Okay, so this is actually what we are going to use here to clear out the cookies. And let's separate export this function out. And okay, so we are getting this TypeScript error here, is assigned but value is never used. So let's disable this line for now. Okay, so I just did this so I don't get that TypeScript warning anymore. So basically this use cookie hook gives us three arguments. The first one is cookie, the cookie itself. The second one is a function which we don't want to use or do anything with it, and the second one is the remove cookie function. So basically this is setting, I think this is for setting the cookie, this is removing the cookie. So we're going to use this and create a logout function that will actually remove the cookie that and the name that we will give to it. Now we did that, and I think we have that in our this section, not this one, I think in this one. Yes, in the settings menu we have it. So we have a logout button here. So what I want to do is const logout, which is going to be use auth context. Now this logout function will be called every time we click on this button, like here. Okay, now we can test it as well. Does not auth context. Why? Oh, my bad. Actually, it's not in the use auth. It's not in the auth context. It's actually in use auth hook. You don't need the context, I need the hook, so let me just remove it. Okay, so we can test it. We can sign in, so we have that. We can click on logout and we are logged out immediately, and if we refresh, the cookie is also removed. Okay, so now let's work on our conversation routes. First we will go to the server and we will go and create our new route in the index, basically a new controller that will be, actually let's work on the users controller first. Basically we need to fetch the users before we can create a conversation. So we will say app.use, then it will be users. This is the route that I want, and I will use users controller, which I will create now .ts. In here I'm just going to import express from express, then const users controller is equal to express dot router, and export default users controller. Now users controller will have one route, which is going to be a post route, because we will also be sending the search parameters as well whenever we needed. and by default it will be on /all, and we will create get all users function. So that will go under our models. So I will create users model, and in this model I will export get all users, which will be an async function using the request, then response. Actually this is coming from express, the response also from express. Now let's first try to destructure the search from the body. So we will be sending this object from the body object from the front end, which will contain search as a key, and we will use that. Now we will say try catch, and we will have const all users is equal to await Prisma. We will import it users dot find many. Now we will do some calculations here. First is I want to say where id. So now when I am trying to fetch on this endpoint, I want to make sure that I'm not going to include myself as a logged in user in the response. So for that, what we first need to do is make sure we create a middleware function, right? So we will also make sure that we will protect our route, so nobody will be able to access this route unless they have a token within the cookies, and that token is valid. Now inside the source folder, I'll create a new folder called middlewares, and the first I'm going to create auth middleware.ts. Alright, in this middleware, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure that I get the request and the response, and I'm just going to use that to verify if the user is logged in or have a valid token. So I'm just going to either redirect them to some other page. Now let's export default async function, which will be auth middleware. Now it will get request, which is going to be request from express. Then we will have response again from express, and then we will also have the next function. So type for the next function is going to be next function from express, and so we will try to access the token first from the request dot cookies dot token other, and if it's not there we'll just say null. Now we'll say let verified token. Now we'll use try catch. So we'll say if there is a token, then verified token is equal to await jwt dot verify, and we will provide that token and the jwt secret key. If there is no verified token, I will say response.json message is going to be no token slash token expired, and then I'm going to redirect them to client auth URL. Otherwise I'm going to attach this verified user to my request handler, and then I'm going to call next function. Else I'm going to say response.json. Actually I'm just going to copy this here. Now it's telling me that does not exist on there, so I'm just going to, so basically I'm getting this error that the user type does not exist on the request. So I'm just going to change this to any. It's not going to make any affect our code, but it's just going to make the TypeScript code happy. In the cache log, I'm just going to put this one again, res.json next error. Okay, now, so this auth middleware, I'm going to use it on all of my routes. So basically, everything other than auth routes will be protected routes. So now before this, we are going to call auth middleware function, and then we will have our users controller. So all the requests that will come in on this route will have to go through the auth middleware. If they will be not verified, then they will be redirected back to the auth on the front end. Now let's import this as well. Now if I go to this now I can just say id not, which is going to now, so I will now have access to my currently logged in user in the request handler. So I can easily now make sure that I won't include myself in the response. So I will say not equals request dot user dot id, right? And it's again causing me TypeScript error does not exist. Okay, actually, let's just do one more thing. So create a index.ds file on the root of your file and just paste this from the gist. And now if you see, the TypeScript is happy because now it's able to access that there is user, because in this file we are just saying, declaring on the global object that inside the express types in their interface for the requests, there will be a optional parameter called user, which will have a ID of string. Now this will make sure that we won't include ourselves when we are fetching for the users, but we also want the other filters to work. So I will have a or statement here. Now this or statement is going to be an array, but I don't want this to be used if there is a I'm going to use it only if there is a search value present, unless otherwise it will be undefined. So basically what I'm saying is this or condition will only work if I'm trying to do some filtering, basically, which if I'm trying to search for a user with the name. So what I will do inside this array, I will provide a again a new query which will say email. If that email is contains request dot body, actually I'm just going to say search because I already destructured it, and I want the mode to be insensitive. So basically it won't be returning me false if my name is with the capital A, but I'm trying to searching with the small a. So it will not fail in that scenario, because we do want to, because the names are not case sensitive, so we do want to search anyway, even if we are providing capital case or smaller case. After this email, I also want to my bad. Actually, I want to make sure that I also do the same search on the name as well. So maybe I'm searching something in the search box. I want to make sure that that something that I'm trying to write in the search box matches with either the email or the name. Okay, so it will take either of these conditions and then return us the data. Okay, now after the where, I want to order them by the name in descending order always. So it will always the name will be in descending order from so like the letters, the names starting with the letter Z will be on the top always. Okay, and I don't want to send everything from this user table because there will be password as well. So I'm just going to say ID. I'm going to select what do I want to send. Basically ID, name, email, created at, image ID, image URL. That's it. So I'm not going to send the whole user object itself. I'm just going to select these fields that I want. Okay, now I'm just going to say return response.json all users, and else I'm going to console log the error and then return response.json. Error is going to be error dot to string. So this is our all users. So basically we will call this API to fetch the users, and then we will use those users to create the conversation or start a chat or make a group, because otherwise we won't know who are we making or who are we trying to connect with, right? So now what we will do, we will go back to our index file, and we'll see we have our auth middleware here, users controller. Inside the users controller we have our get all user function, and that is also protected with our auth middleware here. Okay, after this we will integrate this and the create conversation together. So right now let's also create our new controller that will be conversation controller, and inside this I'm just going to rename it to make it plural because it will contain multiple handlers. So I'll say const conversation controllers is equal to express dot router, and export default is going to be conversation controllers. So in between this I will add my routes that I will have. So first one will be conversation, actually it's not going to be controllers, it's going to be router. Okay, so I will have conversation router dot post, and then on the basic route I will be fetching my conversations. So basically what I will do is, on why I am doing a post request, is that I will send the conversation ID in the request body, and then I will use that conversation ID to get the conversations. So the second route I want is conversation route is dot post slash create, and then create conversation. So now let's first do this create conversation in the models. So I will say conversation model dot ts export const create conversation, which is going to be an async function, again taking a request from express, response from express as well, and then we will create our conversation. So first of all, I'm going to destructure my type from the body. So I will say const request dot body dot type. So I will be getting a type basically, which is going to be either a direct message or a group. Then const members will be an array as well from the front end, that will be request dot body members. And now I will do the try catch. So I'll say const conversation is equal to await Prisma imported conversation dot create, and then I will provide the data. So the type is going to be type, members are going to be create members dot map, user, so they will be the users. So what I want is, so the members in this block are we are going to create them using this create method, but this create method is only going to accept a user ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return user ID as this, and it's just complaining that it has any type for now. Let's say this. So all the members that I'm going to get from here will be having a user object, and that user object will have a user ID. So I'm just going to use them and then use them to create the members every time we create a conversation. The group title will be request body group title, and if it's group title, then I'm also going to send is group as well. So I want to make sure that it is a group as well, not just based on group title, I'm not going to consider if it's a group. Okay, now after this, when I'm going to get the data from this query, I want to include few things. First, I want to include the members because I'm going to get the conversation data anyway, but there is a relation between conversation and the members. So I want the members, and then from the members, I want to include the user that is connected to that member. So I don't have to fetch the data for the every member again and again because I'm going to use it, include it in this query here. So basically I'm saying that use the type, then the members, and then group title and the group. But when you done with this operation and then you're going to return me the data, include everything that you are already going to give, like conversation ID and all, but also include the members. The members, inside the members, I also want to include the users. So whatever the data that is going to give me by default will be already there, but I will have this extra data which I want in the. Now I'm just going to say return response dot JSON conversation, and in the catch I'm just going to say console.log error, and I'm going to say return response.json error creating the, actually I'm going to just say error dot to string. Now this is my create conversation, so I'm going to just import it here. Now let's create the get conversation as well. Export const get conversation is also going to be an async function. It is going to take a request, and it's already coming from express, so the second thing is going to take a response. Okay, now it will also have a try catch, and we will have console.log error and return error will be this. Now in the try block, first of all I'm going to destructure my user ID from the request.user.id, and then I'm going to destructure the search value as well. So I will also be sending a search parameter in the body object from the front end as well for the convert when we are trying to get a conversation, because we will have a search functionality for the conversation too. So now in this I'll say const conversation is equal to await prisma dot conversation dot find many, not first, where. So in the where section, in this section I will have a little bit complex query. So because we will have a conversation group title, which means if you are creating a group you will provide a customized title, and we will also have a one-to-one conversation which is a direct message conversation, which means then we will need to search the conversation on based on the member's name. So in this where section I will have first of all a and block. Now this and block is going to have only one query, which is going to be members. So what I want to do here, I want to only fetch the conversations in which conversations the members, some of the members have user ID equal to the currently logged in user ID, because I don't want me to use or see the conversation from the other users if I'm not a part of it. Okay, so this way I have added a condition that only fetch me the conversations where the members of that conversation has a user connection, which means a user ID connection which is equal to the user ID that is trying to fetch that conversation. Then next there will be an or section as well. Now this or section, as before, going to be only be used if there is a search value, otherwise it's going to be undefined. Now in the search value, sorry, if there is a search value, I want to search on group title, then I want to say contains search value, and then again mode is going to be insensitive. All right, So after this group title, like I said, I also want to make sure that the when we try to search the conversation, let's say my email is email1@gmail.com and my name is email2, and in my conversation if I'm trying to search, I want to make sure that I can search based on both. So I want to make sure that I can search on the group title as well, because if I had a group that I will be able to see that is already done. Now I want to make sure that I do it on basis of name of the user or the member and the email of the user or the member. So for that I will add one more, is going to be members, some of the members, which will have a user object, which will have a name property, which will have a contains condition, which is going to be search value, my bad, search value, and again the mode will be insensitive. Now this is one thing. The second thing is going to be, after this I'm just going to copy paste it, but instead of name it's going to be email. So first one I'm trying to say is, if there is match with the group title, or if there is a match with the name of the user or the member of that conversation, or if there is a match with the email of that member. Okay, so if that is true, then it's going to return me that data. Why am I getting this error? Oh, actually this is not I, this is going to be insensitive. Okay, so now this is going to handle all our search and fetching functionality. And actually before after this I'm going to include members of every conversation, and then from those members I want to include the user of them, and always it's going to be ordered by created at in descending order. So whatever the latest conversation was created will be always on the top, and we will return response.json conversation. Actually it's going to be plural because there will be find many, so return response.json. Now let's import it over here. So now this is our backend setup for getting and creating the conversation. We already created our auth middleware, which is going to attach the user, and then we have that auth middleware enabled here. So we will be actually protecting our user's route. And now we will also have this slash conversations. Actually, let me just check. Yeah, it's actually just conversation. And then the function will be auth middleware first because I want to protect this route, and the last thing will be conversation controller. Let me just see. Actually it's going to be conversation router. Yes, so now our backend is also set up to handle fetching all the users, fetching all the conversations, or creating a conversation. Let's go to our front end and try to create the conversation and the user. So before we do that, actually I'm just going to take this URL. I'm going to just create few I'm going to sign up with few users. Okay, so we have two more users created. So in our front end now we will implement the fetching user functionality in this section. So let's go back to our front end code. So on the front end, I want to integrate that fetch all users API on this modal. So first of all, let's open up our front end folder. Now what I want to do is also have a context for my conversations, because I want to handle all my logic regarding to conversation, like create, delete and everything, and in the conversation context, so I can get access about the conversation all across the app, so I don't have to prop drill. So let me just create a new context called conversation context.tsx. I will have a export const conversation context is equal to create context from React, and you will already have the type for that context. Okay, now let's go. Let me just see. Okay, so what we will do here is, so actually let's just keep it like this for now. I will have export default is going to be conversation context provider is going to be return conversation context dot provider and the children. So now where these children are coming from is going to be coming as props children. Children is going to be react dot react node. So the first thing that I want to have in this context is a state which will be saving my all users, which I will be fetching from the API. There will be an array of user type. Okay, and now let's create a function that was going to fetch these conversations. So let's do that in the API folder. I will create a conversation API handler. Actually, it's going to be first users API handler because we want to fetch the users first. So in the users API handler, what we will do, we will say export const get all users. It's going to be an async function. It's going to take optionally search user value, which is going to be a string, and then inside we'll say const response is equal to await auth fetch handler endpoint is going to be server endpoints users get. So basically in the constants file I have that slash users slash all route as the get route because I'm going to fetch my users. The method is going to be post method, and the data that I will provide is search because this is what we are going to access at the backend. So if we go to this, not this, actually users. So you see this search is going to match exactly like here, and it's going to be search user value. Now I'm just going to return this response. So I'm going to return either an empty array anyway, so my code won't break just in case if anything like that happens. So now in the conversation context, I will create a function called const handle get users, which is going to be wrapped with the use callback, and it's going to be an async function which is going to take a search user value optionally, which is going to be a string, and I'm going to do const users is equal to await get all users and pass that search user value if users is present and the users that I'm getting back is an array. So I will check the type as well. Array is users and they have a length greater than 0. Then we will set all users to users, else I'm going to set all users to an empty array. Now this use effect is actually going to take a second parameter which is going to be an empty array. So because we don't want this function to be recreated every time we remount or this component gets re-rendered. Now we will also create a new function which is going to be handle search user change, and it's going to take an event which is going to be react dot change event HTML input element, or either it's going to be HTML text area element. So inside this function, I'm going to just set the set search user value, which actually is going to be a state for our searching user value. So we will have a state which is set search user value, which will have a set search user value as well as a state setter function, and we are going to set the event dot target dot value to it. Now these two functions are going to work one by one. So now we are going to use a custom hook that we will create in this hooks folder, which is going to be use debounce .ts. So actually I copied this hook from somewhere from the internet and I was looking for it. So you can just copy paste that as is. And now after we create this function, we will create a debounced version of our handle get users. How will that work? So we'll say const debounce search user. Okay, debounced search user. Now I will invoke that use debounce hook. Now this debounce hook will take a function which is handle get users and a time. So 500 means 500 milliseconds. So every time we try to search something, it will not call the API right away. It will wait for half a second, okay, to make the API call. Now we need to do one thing, which is we will need to go to our components, chat. I think it's chat header. No, chat heading, I guess. Yes. So what we need to do is we need to take this state and move it outside, and this state as well. So we can take this, and I want to take them to go into my conversation context, so I can get access to those when I need to call my API. So what we can do is now in this section over here, I can say value is going to be add chat anchor. Okay, then what else I need here? Set add chat anchor. So I can just put it on the side. I will pass that value here, and I want this conversation handler as well, and this as well. I think that's pretty much it. So we can remove this now, but we need to get access to our const use conversation context. Actually, we did not create that hook yet. So what we can do is in the bottom, we can create the hook that we do as always. So we can get access to the context that we declare in this file. So I'll say export const use conversation context is equal to conversation context. Now, if I go ahead, I'll get access to add gen. So I'm just going to copy these from this side, paste it here. So my this file is now error free, but then on this side what I want to do is I want to have a use effect which is going to call the fetch users or the get all users API on some conditions. So let's see what are those conditions first. So first of all, as soon as I open that model, I want to call the API. So if that is open, then I want to call the API handle get users. But we also have our search value state that we also want to take into consideration. So what I will do, I already created the debounce function for that. So I'm just going to say if there is a search user value, then call my debounced function with that search user value, else call the handle get users to get all the users no matter what. Okay, so this is how my use effect will look like. Actually, I need to put this in my dependency array. I think search user value as well, and I also need to put handle get users. Now it's just going to give me a warning about the debound search user functions. I'm just going to ignore that warning because it won't affect anything that we do in this section. So now what we also need to do is we need to also send this function in this context provider. We also need to send the all users, and actually this is going to be a function like this. So now one more thing that we need to do is actually we have to wrap our application with the conversation context provider. So just after the auth context, we will provide our conversation context provider, and then like this. So now let's go to the page. So our page is working fine, but let's just go to the network. We'll open this, and you see there is an API call for the user, so we are getting two users, but we are not using them in this section. Now let's go to our start conversation model that is in this folder. Now we are also going to call get access to this hook, which is a context hook, and we're going to import it. Now in this section we need all users, not all messages, all users. We also need the search user value and handle search user change. Okay, so now where I have this add user list item, I want to use that list that I have. Now actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a render function in here, render users, which is going to return, which is going to take the users list, which is going to be an array of user, and then it's going to return me users list dot map, and for every single user I will also return add user list item, and actually I'm going to pass the user to this component add user list item, which is currently not accepting it, so let's accept it like this. Now I'm going to use this function in here. So the condition that I have is if I have all users and all users is an array and it has a length greater than 0, then call that function render users with all users, else do nothing. But let's do one more thing. Instead of do nothing, we can also create a no data available component, which is going to be a shared component, and it's just going to take one thing, which is going to be an optional message string. So what grid container justify content center align items center, and inside the grid I will say typography, which is going to have a color, and that is coming from theme dot palette dot text dot secondary, and inside if there is message we'll use that, else we'll say no data available. Now I'm going to get an error for the theme. Let's import it. Now in this section, instead of doing this, we can just say no data available, and we can pass a message which is going to be no users found. So now if we go back and do refresh and open up our, now we only see two cards because we only have two users in the database, but they are not properly shown here. With the usernames are not correct. So what we can do is go into this add user list item component. Before that, let's also provide a key which is going to be user.id, and we also need to provide a few more props to this, but that will come later on. So now let's go into this, and the next thing we need to do is on this username we will say user.name. Okay, and in the MUI website there is a handler function which is called string avatar. If there is no URL provided for the avatar, it will use the first and last name of the name or whatever string we provide, and it will use that to show instead of the picture. So in the description from the gist you can copy this from the string avatar file. So what we can do is go into our utils folder, create a new file called string avatar.ts and paste it. Okay, so now in this section on the avatar we will say sx is going to be color theme dot palette dot text dot secondary. Okay, and the source will be from the user dot image URL, else empty string so it won't break. Now this, here comes the magic of string avatar, which is going to say spread some of the changes, spread these properties. So if user dot image URL is there, then do nothing else. Take this string avatar function and we are gonna pass the name to it. So now if we go back and refresh, you'll see the name is like this now. So we didn't provide the image URL, but we use that string avatar function, which is going to do take the first letter of the name E and 2 and then merge them together like this, and these colors will be random. The string avatar function will chooses it automatically, and we already see the name change: email, email1, email2. So now we need to do one thing in the our chat context, sorry, conversation context, that we need to keep track of the selected users. So what we can do is we can create a new state here which is going to track our selected users that we might want to take, we might want to have a chat with. So that will be use state selected user for conversation. It will be user array. Now what I'm going to do in this section is that automatically it's always going to have the logged in user in it, and so I don't have to manually send this user whenever I try to create a conversation because I also want this user to be included in the conversation as a member when I send a request to my backend. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass a callback function and I'm going to return logged in user. So basically this logged in user is going to come from the auth context. So we will say const logged in user is equal to use auth context. And now if logged in user is authenticated and logged in user has a user in it, we'll say logged in user dot user, else it's going to be an empty array. So basically this user will always be in the array. We need to export these in our context so we can get access to them in our this section. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to pass this selected user for the conversation to our add user list chat item. Now basically instead of doing this, I'm just going to use add user list item props type that I already gave you in the description. Now if we do that, we will get some error that we want to pass here is selected user, which is going to be selected user for the conversation. Set selected user is going to be set selected user for the conversation. And I think we are all good. We are missing one thing, which is, oh, we are missing type. So it also wants to know what type of conversation we want to make, because there will be a condition that when we are trying to make a direct message, it will only be one user every time you select. If you select some other user, it will deselect the other user, and if it's a group, then it will make sure that it will merge those users together in the state. Now instead of this just user, we'll get type, we will get selected users, we'll get set selected users as well. Now the list item, this one, I want to make some of these styling changes on this SX props. So basically for the BG color, I don't want this divider color as is. What I want to do is if selected users dot find user, and then that user's ID is equal to user dot ID. In that case, I want theme dot palette dot primary dot main, else I want theme dot palette dot divider. So basically what this condition is saying that if the current user that this card is rendering is included in the selected user list, then I'm going to give a special color which is a primary main color, the blue color. Otherwise it's going to be that divided color. Now the list item button also has a selected property on it, which is actually going to show that if it's a selected user or not. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to say selected users dot find u, going to be u dot id is equal to user dot id. Now I want this to be, so what we can also do is we can take this is current user selected, and we can just copy this, and instead of doing this everywhere, we can just do this and do this, so we will have that logic at one place. Now let's create a function here, function handle on click user. Actually this is going to be handle select user. Now this handle select user is going to handle some logic for me, so which is going to be if the type that I am passing is direct message, then set selected users, I'm going to always replace it with the one user only. Okay, and if the type is equal to group message, then what I want to do is I want to make sure that I filter out the user if that user is already selected, so I want to remove it from the list. Actually, we have this is current user selected already as a state. So what we can do is we can just set selected users, and we can say previous users is equal to if is current user selected, and we are going to return previous users dot filter u, and then we're going to say u dot id is equal to user dot id. So what we want to do is if the current user is a selected user, then we're going to filter it out, else we are going to return previous users and the user, so the current user that we have. So where I want this function to be is on the list item button, so it will be on click handler, and I will be using this handle select user. It's select user, not select a user. Now, as we are in this section, we also want to change this icon and show it conditionally with different icon. So basically, first I'm going to add an SX props, and I will say color, and is current user selected, and I want the color to be theme dot palette dot common dot white, else I want theme dot palette dot primary dot main. So this is going to just change the color of the icon based on if the user is selected or not. Now is current user selected, and I want to show the check circle icon, but if the user is not selected, then I want to show add circle icon. Now how will this look in the UI? Let's go and check. So right now if you see email 1, email 2, I have a plus icon. Now I can click, it automatically changes. I click again, it changes, and it removes this user from the list because it's in single chat. If I do group chat, I can select both of them like this. Okay, I think we are done with this component. So if you see guys, there's a bug in our current chat that whenever we close the modal, the users that we selected are still over there. So we don't want that. We want to reset the state. So what we are going to do is in this start conversation modal, we're going to create a new function called function handle close, and we're going to use that function instead of this on close in here, but we are going to call the on close inside this function, but with some other things as well. That will be set selected user for conversation to be an empty array. So we want to set the selected users for the conversation to an empty array every time we close. Okay. Let's integrate our create conversation on this button. So let's go into the conversation API handler and write our function. So what I want to do is I want to export const create conversation, which is going to be an async function, and the data that is going to accept is going to be members, that is going to be create conversation data, and that is going to be an array. It's going to accept and type, that is going to be conversation type. Now inside this I'll say const response is equal to await auth fetch handler. The endpoint is going to be server endpoints dot conversation dot create. The method will be a post method and the data, and then I'll return the response dot data like this. Now what I will do in my conversation context is create a new function handle create conversation, and this will be a try catch where I will call await create conversation, and I will pass the data like members. That will be an array of all the selected user in the conversation, and an object of email which will be logged in user dot email id is going to be logged in user dot id. I'm going to send image URL which is going to be logged in user dot image URL, and the name which is going to be logged in user dot name. Now I'm also going to take type which is going to take open conversation model dot type. So why I'm doing this here is because you remember when we set it up in the set conversation model, actually we are just setting the user as is. So in this one as is, so we don't want to halt our this functionality, so we are going to actually remove it from here, and we are always going to do it like this, so we will send that user indefinitely no matter what. Okay, now in the catch block I'm just going to copy paste my console and the toast that I did. I'm just going to import the toast from the React hot toast. So this is no difference, it's just that the same styling. And so now what I do is I'm going to take this function, add it to my context, and then I'm going to add it here in my context as well, and then I'm going to use on click and do this. Now I want to have a disable ripple prop on this, because let's add a SX prop as well, because when I was doing it I found out that sometimes the theme color was not getting applied, so let's apply it explicitly. Now I also want to have a disable prop on it, so what I want to do is I want to disable it, but on what condition? So if the selected users for conversation dot length is less than equal to zeros, then it will be disabled, which means we have to select a user no matter what to create the conversation. So let's test this out. New chat, I'll select the email 2. So you see if there is no, if I close it, if you there is, the button will be disabled. So if I click on it, I click on create, the create conversation happen, and this is the response. So the conversation is created. Now for the close, let's also have that handle close as the on click, and I think we also need to provide this over here, but instead of bg color it's just going to be color. So it's just, so now on the custom text field over here, what we want to do is I want to pass a value which is going to be a search user value, and on change I want to pass the function that I created, handle search user change. So I will pass that over here. So now if we go back and refresh and I will open it, so if you see, if I type something, let's say zzz, I get no users found, and I call the API and with the search parameter and I get nothing. But if I delete it, I call the API only once, I get all the users. So our functionality is already working. So see email 2, so it's, if I just say email I get both, but if I get 2 I get only one, if I say 1 I get the other one, and if I say 3 I say no users found. Let's fix our this props. So I'm going to give them the type start conversation modal props. Okay, now the second thing we want to do is in our conversation context we will have a new state for our group title. So we will put it after here, use state snippet group title, which is going to be an empty string. We are going to export these in our prop here, actually context, and then we're going to accept them here. Now every time we try to select a group, this input will be in use because we want to make sure that the user provides a group title. And on change, what I want to do is I just want to, let's copy this, and I want to say set group title to event.target.value. But there's one more thing that I want to do now, because every time we try to use a group, this is mandatory, so I should not be enabling this button. So let's change this condition. Now first I will check if the type is group. If it is, then if there is no group title, or if there is no group title dot trim dot length, because if sometimes user tries to oversmart and put a empty space bar, empty space, or if there is no selected users for conversation dot length, then it will be disabled. Otherwise we are only going to check for the selected users for conversation dot length. Now let's test it out. So if I open it, now I clicked on the group, so I get this title. Now if I enter something, you'll see this is still disabled. I have to select a user, okay, and if I deselect them, or I don't have the title, but okay, now it will be disabled. See, so now what we need to do is, there is a little bug that if I have these two and if I try to deselect it, it's deselecting the other one. So I think there is something we did wrong in our code. And oh, actually this should be not equal to, that's why it's causing an issue. So this should be not equal to, because we are trying to filter it out. So this will work now, this will work now properly. So what we can do is again test it out. So if I have a group title, it will not be enabled, but if I have one user, it will be enabled. If I have two, enabled again. I can now remove them and it's disabled again. And if I have them selected but no title, it will be disabled again. So now let's also create a group as well. So I'll say group chat and click create. So our conversation is created. It has 3 members. Now it's time for us to go back into this section and integrate our get conversations API. Now to create our chat on, or to create our get conversation API and integrate it with this section, let's go to our code and go to our, first of all, in the conversation API handler, and then we are going to create that API get conversations. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this, paste it down, and instead of create, I'm going to say get conversation, and instead of create, this is going to be a get handler. The post will stay as is. Now instead of this whole data, I will be accepting only a search value, which is going to be a string, and I'm going to pass data and the search value in it. Now this is my API. That's all I need from this section. So now what I can do is going back into the conversation context API, and let's just collapse this one, this and these functions as well. Now I need to create a new state to maintain all my conversations. So let's have a state here, use state conversations, going to be an empty array of conversation like this. Now going to copy this handle get users function. I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to name it handle get conversation, and this function is going to call async search value, and it will be, let's remove all of it. Let's put a try catch, and I'll say const response is equal to await get conversation, and I'll pass the search value and set. So I will say if response and response data, I'm actually returning response.data from here, so I don't need to do that in this file. So I'm just going to say if there is a response, then I'm going to set conversations to that. Else in the catch block, I'm just going to copy paste again the same styling in the toast that I had earlier. So it's just copy pasting, and this message you can customize the way you want. I just say according to whatever my API is doing. Now I also need to make a debounce for this conversation as well, because I also going to have a search functionality for the conversation. So I'm going to say handle search debounce search chat, and it's going to take this function as a argument. Now after this I will have a use effect that will be calling the API, the handle get conversation, on few conditions. So the first condition is I want to make sure that my logged in user state is there, and if logged in user dot is authenticated and logged in user has a user, only then, well, not user, but I want to see if they have a user ID. So what I want to do is I want to call handle get conversations, right? But as in the previous use effect that we have in here, we also have a search value. So if that is true, then if I have a search value, I think we did not create a search conversation value, so let me just create that. So I'm going to create use state search conversation value, which is going to be an empty string. Now if search conversation value is there, if that is true, then we are going to call the bounce search chat with the search conversation value. Else in other scenario, when I'm just trying to open the page, oh, actually I closed that file. Where did it go? Yeah, so in the else statement I'll say do that, so which means that every time search parameter, then I will call the debounced version of my handle get conversation. Otherwise I call the handle get conversation as is. So now what I want to do is, first let's add these as the dependencies. That will be search conversation value, logged in user, handle get node create get conversations. Again, I'm going to get this ESLint issue for the debounce one. I'm just going to ignore it for now. Now what I want to do is I want to copy these two, add them here, and the conversations, add them here. Now I'll go back to my chat list items component. In this component, actually I won't go into this chat list items component. The setup that I have, which actually it wants me to go into responsive chat drawer, and in this section I will invoke the use conversation context, and let's go to the conversation container. Now I'm just going to add props, conversation container props, and let's see this custom app bar. I think I have custom app bar props as well, so I'm just going to add them. We can ignore the TypeScript warnings for now, it's fine. Leave the message lists and everything else. Okay, so in the conversation container, actually the chat list drawer container, I'm going to add chat list drawer props. Okay, now what I want to do here is get access to conversations. I want to get access to handle get conversations. Actually I don't need this one as well, so I need the, for now I just need this. And the chat list drawer, I will pass the conversations as this. Now let's go into the chat list drawer, and we will use these conversations from here, and we will pass it down to chat list items. I don't think it's accepting that, so let's make chat list item. Is it going to be chat list item? Let me just check. So it's going to be having a conversations, which is going to be of type conversation array. Now instead of this, what we are going to do, I'm going to say if the conversations are there and conversation is of type array, and the conversations have a length of greater than 0, only then return conversations dot map conversation and chat list item like this. In all the other scenarios, return no data available, and the message will be no chats found. Now we need to pass this conversation to this component here, but this component is not accepting it as of this moment, so we can do this, and we can say chat list item props. Now we can accept conversation. So we also need the access to logged in user, which is coming from use auth context. We need access, actually we don't need it right now. So what we can do is, now I'm going to create some variables here to ease our process in the later parts of this code. So first thing is going to be conversation title, so it will be a conditional thing. So right now, as you know, we can have a group title, we can have a conversation without group title, but in that case we will use the other member's name, not the logged in member but the other one. So what we can do is we can say conversation dot type if it's equal to direct message. In that case, I'm going to say conversation dot members dot find member. So actually let's do this, const current member. I'll say conversation dot members dot find, and I'll say member, which is going to be of type member, if member dot user id is equal to logged in user get.user.id, then return it. So instead of doing this, what we can do is right now is, if the conversation type is direct message, then take the current member and use the name of that person from the user object. Else, take the conversation dot group title. So this is the conversation title. Now let's plug it in here. And for the fallback, we provide an empty string. Now we will have conversation image URL. So let's just copy this, paste it here. I'll say image URL. So now if the conversation type is a direct message, then I want to use the image URL of the other user, and then if there is no if it's a group chat, then I don't want to use any image URL. So now we're going to do the same thing that we did with the avatar with the other on the other section. So we are going to say avatar is going to be equal to conversation image URL and empty string. Also going to spread conversation if the conversation title and no conversation image URL dot trim dot length if the conversation title is not available, and also the conversation image URL is also not available. In that case, take the string avatar function and use the conversation title in it, else just an empty object. So this is just going to add that. So let's just refresh and see. So we are getting, actually we need to fix few things as well before. So we are just actually going to have that same thing that we have here in this model, where we will get this avatar with the letters. Oh, actually we did call the API, but we never set the conversations. Actually I did this wrong. It has to be response, and fallback will be empty array, else set conversations also be empty array. So now if we go back and refresh, we see there is two conversations, but this group is not being used properly. So let's see why. So there is a no group title. We did send the group title to the backend. Okay, no worries. What we can do is we can just delete this conversation for now. It's fine from the database. So it's deleted. So we only get one conversation now. So as you see in the browser, we are getting a warning about the key property missing. So let's add that as well. So where we want to add that is in this chat list item, not chat list items. I will pass key is going to be conversation dot id. So now we won't see that warning now. So we have this conversation. Now it's time to render the UI on this side according to the conversation that we have on these sides. So now it's time for us to fix this UI. So what we want to do is right now that if we go to chat list drawer, we have all this, and this is actually in the conversation container. So now I want to have a few conditional checks in this container, so I can show some of these things in here. um so now it's time to fix this UI, and I want to hide this UI if there is no chat selected, and also when we click on this chat we will be navigated to that route. So let's first add that navigation on this, on the click of this chat, and then we will also hide this UI. So let's go to the code, and now we want to go to the chat list item, this one, and we want to add a on click on this button. So the on click will be navigate. So actually I need to import the navigate function. So what I want to do is I want to say navigate slash chat slash conversation.id, and I also want to send the state with it. So just in case if I'm navigating, so I also want to take this state as well, so I can set the state on that page. Now let's check it out. Okay, so we do change our URL, so that's what we want. So now let's remove this for now. So what I want to do is I want to go into the responsive chat drawer component, and I also want to do something, which is whenever I click on that, I want to go and set the conversation. So I will go ahead in this conversation context. I will have a new state, which is I'm going to call current conversation. So let's come here, current conversation, and that will be of conversation type, or it will be null, and initially it will be null. Okay, now I want to take these two and add into my conversation context. I have a spelling mistake, so let me just fix that. It's current conversation. Okay, so I will take this and then go to responsive chat drawer, and I will add it here. Now what I want to do is I want to add a use effect in this place, and before that let's get that state from the use location hook. Now what I want to do basically is, if I have a state and the state have a conversation, and then that if I have the state and it has a type, I want to set current conversation to that state. Now I'm getting an error that it might be null, so let's add a check like this. So it's just going to do that. Now else what I want to do is set null. Now it's telling me that I need to have state set current conversation. Now here's the thing, we don't want to show this chat list drawer. Actually we want to show this chat list drawer no matter what, but we don't want to show the conversation container if there is no conversation selected. So what I want to do is I want to say current conversation if that exists, and then it also has a ID. Only then we are going to show this, else I'm going to use show the no chat open component, but we don't have it yet. So let me just create that no chat open.tsx RAFCE. I will remove this because I don't need it. So the no chat open is just going to be a simple grid. I could use the no data available component, but I have this component a little bit of customized. So this is going to be a grid container, and the SX will be margin left, and then it will be for anything above small devices. It's going to be drawer width pixels. Now we don't have the drawer width yet, so let's accept drawer width here. Alright, now I will also have a height property of 100 VH. So I want to take the full height, and justify content will be center, align items will be center as well. Inside I will have a paper component which will be variant elevation, and it will have a padding of 5, and inside I will have just one typography component which will have a color of theme dot palette dot text dot secondary and a variant of h4, and it will say click on a chat to start. Now let's go back to responsive drawer, open this one, actually import this, and I will pass drawer width to it. Now let's go back and see. Alright, so if you see right now, if we don't have a chat selected, we see this UI rather than the other conversation container that we had. But if we click on this, let's see if it changes the UI. It does. Now we also need a way to go back basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a navigate back function on this home button. So let's go to our conversation context, and I'm going to create a new function called function handle go to home, and I'm just going to say set current conversation to null, navigate, which I don't have in this file, so let's import it. Const navigate is equal to use navigate, and I will go back. Okay, so I'm going to put it this here, and now in the chat list drawer we have chat list header and we have home button. So I'm going to invoke my conversation context here, use conversation context, and I will put my handle go to home function. Now this function will be called whenever we click on this home button. Okay, let's check. So I refresh, I click on home, I go back. So let's now also fix this thing. So what I want to do right now is I want to take the logged in user, and then I'm going to use that name. So that will come from const use auth context, and I want to take the logged in user. Now instead of this some very long name, what I'm going to do is logged in user dot name, or fallback will be empty string. So now it will be my this name, and also let me just take this and put it here. Now this space is little too much. Let's see why. So we need to actually pass. So we actually need to have a grid wrapper for this icon buttons. So I'm going to say display flex, and the align items will be center, and the gap will be 1, and I'm going to move these icon buttons inside it. Now it's fine. So now let's finish this search chats functionality so we can finish with our get conversation API. So for that, let's open up our code, and we are going to go into search chat list item. So on the text field, we actually need to get few values from the use conversation context. So the first one is the search conversation value and set search conversation value. So now we will add a value prop, and we will pass our search conversation value to it, and on change I will have a function which is going to accept this event, and then it's going to set search conversation value to event.target.value. So now let's test it once. So right now, if I say, let's go to our network tab as well. So now if I say first, it did call the API and we have the conversation still. Email, we still have the conversation, and now if I put space, it's actually not going to return anything because now it's considering that space as well to fetch the data from the database. Now you can always trim it on the front end and the back end both if you want, but I think I'm going to go with this because if I remove it, I get the conversations back. Now I think it's time for us to create this conversation container. Now let's go to our code and see what do we have here. So in the responsive chat drawer, we have chat list drawer, we have conversation container, so we'll go inside that. We have custom app bar, that's okay. We have message list, we have send message container which we already created. So I guess it's time for us to now build our create message and get message endpoints in the API. So let's go to the backend, and here we are going to create our another controller which is going to be message controller.ts, and we are going to say message router is going to be express dot router export default is going to be message router, and we are going to have our first route which is going to be message dot post. Now why do I want a post route? Because I'm going to send a conversation ID in the body object, so the get method won't accept the body object, so I'm going to use the post method, and then I'm going to use get messages function that we will create in few minutes. The next one will be create, and then it will be create message. Now first let's go to our modals and create a message modal.ts, and then we will export const create message async request, and then response. Okay, and then we are also going to copy it and make get messages. Let's go back, import these functions for now, they are not doing anything, but let's import them. And here I'm going to say app.use message my auth middleware, and then message router. So now my backend is also set up, but let's first build this create message endpoint, because if we don't have any messages in the database, how will we get them? Okay, so we will have a try catch, and I will say message is equal to await Prisma dot message dot create. The data will be, so I will spread the request dot body dot message body. The sender will be, I'm going to connect ID of the sender with the request dot body dot user dot ID. Actually, no, we're going to send the sender ID from the front end. So we are not going to use the user ID because we are going to use the member. So the conversation is going to be again from the front end. Now, when I create the message, what do I want in return? So whenever this is going to return me the default data that is it is going to give me anyway, I want to include in the sender the user, and from the user I will select ID, true, image URL, true, email, true, and the name is also going to be true. So this is my message is now created. I will return response dot JSON. I'll send the message back, and in the catch block as usual I will have my console log and return of the error. Okay, now let's go to the front end and integrate this create message. So message API messages API handler. I will export const create export const send message, which is going to be an async function, and it's going to accept some props. It will have some types, but we will define it just now. So the first prop, it will be conversation ID, which is going to be string, and the message body is going to be body, which is going to be string, file ID, which is an optional parameter, which is going to be string as well, or null, file URL, which is also optional, can be in string or null. Now we will accept these parameters message body like this, and we forgot one thing, which is sender ID, which is also going to be string, and let's accept that as well. So inside we'll say const response is equal to await auth fetch handler. The endpoint will be server endpoints dot message dot create. The method will be post, and the data will be conversation ID, sender ID, and the message body. And we are just going to return response dot data. Now we have this API ready, and now we will go into our conversation context. Actually, we don't need to go into a conversation context. We can go into the hooks folder, and we will create a use messages.ts hook. Now inside this hook, we will have some of our logic. First, I will create a state for my message body. So use state. I will say message body. It will be of type message body, and by default I have string. File ID will be null. file URL will be null as well. And let's return message body and set message body as well. Let's create an async function, handle send message, and I'm going to call await send message, and I'm going to pass conversation ID, which is going to be current conversation ID, current conversation dot ID as string, but we don't have the current conversation, so we will invoke our context here. So I want the conversation context, and I'm going to use the current conversation from it. Next thing I want to pass is message body, and the sender ID will be sender ID. So let's have that as well. Sender ID is going to be current conversation dot members dot find. Member is going to be member dot user ID is equal to logged in. So we also need the logged in user state, so which we will get from logged in user from use auth context. Now in user dot id, and from this I just need the id. Let me just cast it as string. Actually, I'm not going to get this. Let's just do it here as string. Now message body is also giving me an error. Okay, so body is also optional, so let's make this optional as well. So now we will not get that error in our use messages hook, because so whenever we are going to send our body, we won't be having these two, and if we're sending these two, we won't be having our body. So that's a vice versa thing. We are still getting that error. Yes, actually I also need to define here, it can be null as well. Now it will be happy. So now let's export this handle send message function. Let's go to send message container, and I will invoke my use messages hook, and I want the send message function from it, actually handle send message, and I also need the message body, set message body. So this custom text field will now be serving the message body dot body, so we will use that. And then on change, I want this event to be used. I'm going to set message body to body event dot target dot value. So if you see, I'm not setting the other things, the file ID and file URL, because I want them to be null or unavailable, because when I'm typing, I'm going to send this string value, not those file URL and file ID. Okay, now if you remember, I had that functionality where I can click enter and then it will send the message. So for that I need to have a on key down event, which is going to use this type. So this function actually is going to handle it for us. So basically what I want to do is every time I click on enter, it should take that message body and send it. So what I will do is if event dot key is equal to enter key, and I also want to make sure that my message body has a length of greater than 0, and also in other scenario, if my message body has a file ID, then I first want to stop the event propagation and then call the handle send message API. Actually, this is not going to be an AND condition, it's going to be an OR condition. And I'm getting an error that it can be null. So let's do this message body, but then we will have to wrap this with the bracket so our short circuiting works fine. So now if there is a message body and the length is greater than 0, or there is a file ID and we are pressing enter, it will send the message. We are going to do this, we are going to have the same function handle send message on click of outbound button. So I'm going to say on click handle send message. Alright, now one thing I want to do is I want to fix my emoji picker properly now. So on close we are doing the right thing, but on emoji select I don't want to console log the emoji data. Instead I want to set the message body. I want to take the everything that I had in previous, and I want to return a new object with all the previous data that I had, and the body will be now a string with backticks. Now I will say priv dot body, but then I will also add my emoji data dot native. So let me just console log the emoji data and I'll show you what I mean. So if I go and choose this, you see this native thing has that emoji, and if you see it's already in our description, and if I whatever I choose, it's going to be appended to my message body, and then when I send it, it will be sent. Let's try. Did it send? We have a okay, we were able to send the message. Now we have the preview as well. Let's do something else. Message test, message again. So we are able to send the messages, which is very good. And we are also going to test our enter. So I'm pressing enter. It did send, but it didn't reset the state. Now let's handle that as well. While we are at it, let's also move this state to our use messages hook. Our component is free from the state and the logic, and we are going to just import them. So in the use messages hook, I'm going to create a handle reset function handle reset. This is going to set the message body back to its original state. Now I'm going to call this function after I send the message. So now if I go back and I say anything, it's automatically reset. I press enter, it's reset. Now that we have create message enabled, let's also add the get message handler on the backend, and then we will integrate it in the front end as well. So in the get message function, we will have a try catch block, and we'll say const messages is going to be await prisma dot messages message dot find many, where the conversation ID is equal to request dot body dot conversation ID because my backend will be expecting that from the front end. So then with every message, I want to include the sender, which will be including the user information, and I want to use the ID, the image URL, the email, the name. I'm going to return response.json.messages, and as always in the catch block I'm going to put my console.log and a reserve error.toString to the front end. Now my message controller, I already have that, and my index is already handling the messages routes. Let's go to the client and let's go to the message API handler, and now I'm going to create a export const get messages async, and it will accept a conversation ID as an argument, and then I'm going to say const response is going to be await auth fetch handler, and endpoint is going to be server endpoints.message.get. The method will be post, and the data will be just conversation ID, and I'm going to return response.data or empty array. Now it makes sense to do this in the use messages hook, but I'm going to do it in the conversation because then there will be other things that I want to do it later on that will only make sense if my getting messages is in the conversation context component. So let's go there. So the first thing that I want is to have a state to store all my messages from the API. So let's have a all messages state, which is going to be message array. Now I want to have a use effect that is going to be called so in the use effect what I want to do is if there is a current conversation and the current conversation that it has an ID, I want to call get messages directly, and I want to pass the current conversation.id. Actually, let me just create a function here, const handle get messages, which is going to be in use callback. It's going to be an async function. It's going to accept conversation ID. Think I did something wrong here. Let me just check. Use callback async. This is right. This is not right. Okay. Yeah. So inside this, I will say const response is equal to await get messages, and I will pass the conversation ID. This is actually not an optional string, and then if response, then I will set all messages to response or empty string, else I will set all messages to empty array anyway. Now I want to call this function here, and I will pass the current conversation.id. Now I will have to pass the current conversation and handle get messages in this hook. So basically my use vector will be called every time there is a conversation ID change or there is a conversation ID, so we will get the latest messages from the server. Now let's take these messages, pass them here, and now I will go to my responsive chat drawer and see where we want to go from there. That is actually here. We have conversation container, we have message list. So inside here, I'm going to invoke my use conversation context. I'm going to get all messages. Now instead of this grid, I'm going to render all messages. Now I'm also going to say if array dot is array all messages and all messages has a length greater than 0, only then we are going to show this. Now this is going to be a message card, so let's get that message card dot tsx. So the message card is going to be a grid with padding of 1. It will be an item, it will be display flex. Align items will be center. Gap will be 2. Max width will be 35% of the total width available. Inside we will have an avatar, and before that actually let's render this here. All messages is going to be map message, and we are going to return message card. I'm going to pass message as prop. Now message card is going to accept few props, and let's destructure them here. Message card props. So the first thing will be the message. Now the avatar will have a source of message dot sender dot user dot image URL, and we'll fall back to empty string. If that is not available, then we're going to say message dot sender dot user image URL. We're saying empty object else string avatar. We're going to pass message dot sender dot user dot name. So we are just saying that pass this, and we are going to spread these things anyway, but we're saying that if image URL is present, well, then I spread an empty object. Otherwise we're going to spread this string avatar function values, which we'll be getting back. Now after this, let's see if we see anything. Okay, so if you see first email, the one that is this person, you will see these messages, these avatars. Now these are supposed to be on the right side because these are the messages that I sent. So let's do this. Let's align this grid accordingly. So first thing I need is const logged in user, which is going to come from use auth context. What I want to do is I want to say align self if the message dot sender dot user id is equal to logged in dot user dot id, and I want to have the flex end, else I want to have the flex start. Actually it's not align content, it's align self. So now if I go back, if you see all these are on the right side. Now next thing I want to do is I want to add the other part, which is going to be my grid item display flex. Flex direction is going to be column, gap is going to be 1, padding is also going to be 1. SX, I want to have the BG color. Message dot sender dot user ID is equal to logged in user dot ID. Then in that case I want theme dot palette dot primary dot main, else I want theme dot palette dot gray of 900. Now let's first get the theme available here. Use theme from material, and then we'll go to the end of this and we'll also add a border radius of 4. So this is our message card itself, not the avatar. Avatar is a separate part of this. Now we'll add the other changes. Grid container spacing 2, grid item access 0 min width, grid container spacing 2, grid item of 0 min width of 100%, grid container align items center, and justify content space between. Now don't think I'm writing all this from out of the blue. Actually I did some research and I could not find the article again, so otherwise I would have linked it in the description. But so this is actually going to make my card responsive in the way that my 3 dot icon will always be in the view and my text will wrap accordingly inside this grid container. So it's just that I found this on the internet, that's why I'm doing this way. I really don't have a clear explanation how this is working, but when we are using the MUI, this is how actually this is working. So we're just going to do that. Grid item XS 0 min width, and then inside I will have the typography. The color will be theme dot palette dot prime dot text dot primary, and I will have the message dot body, and this is our messages. Now you see these avatars are on the left side. I want them on the right side because when I am sending the messages, these should be on the right side. When I'm getting the messages, these should be on the left side. So for that, we'll go back to the main grid and we are going to say flex direction. So if I'm going to say message dot sender dot user ID is equal to logged in user ID, in that case it should be row reverse, else it should be row. And this is looking great now. Now let's style this card a little bit more. Now after this typography, after this 0 min width grid, we'll have a icon. So if message.sender.user ID is equal to logged in user.id, then we're going to show grid item align self flex start like this, and inside this grid we will have a icon button which will have a color of theme.palette.common.white, and we will have more word icon. Now this will also have one more event handler which is going to be an on click, but we will get to that later on. Go back, you'll see this icon now. So this is what I meant. Whenever I'm decreasing the screen size, my text is getting wrapped and my icon is going to stay at the same place. And if I go longer, it's going to take the whole rest of the space. So after this message, I'm going to go out of this grid, we have spacing 2, it's also good, 0 min width, and the spacing 2. So basically after this grid, we're going to have rest of the code, which will be a grid item display flex justify content will be flex end align items will be center gap will be 1, and I will have a typography variant will be caption, color will be theme dot palette dot text dot primary, and I will have the message dot created at in this, and I will also have the done all icon, but it will also have a sx prop, and I want the width to be 15, actually 16, height to be 16 as well. Now let's go and see. So the date is currently not looking so good, so let's go and fix that. Let's install npm install day.js. We are going to wrap our date with the day.js. So it's going to be import day.js from day.js, and we are going to format it month, actually yeah, month, day and year. Let's see, actually let's run our project again. All right, we if I give 3 m's, okay, so this is looking good. I'll put comma after this, and yeah, that's good. Actually we are going to add h, actually we are going to add the time as well, so it will be like this. So if you see now, it will give us the time as well. Okay, the icon is not in the white color, let's see why. Let's just copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. I don't need this anymore, I just need to have this. Okay, so now, and whenever we send a message, it will show up like this. So now actually I see this first email is actually wrong, because this is a logged in user, so I should not be seeing this, should be seeing the other person's name. Let's see what's wrong in our code. So we'll go to chat list item, and we'll go to member.user id current member, that's fine. And now we also conversation title. Okay, so actually we need a new state as well, which is not current member. I'm going to say not equal to user ID, and I will use that, which means now I will be getting the other person's name instead of my own. And let's also fix this as well. So I will go to the custom app bar. Actually, I'm going to copy this from here and both of them. I'm going to go to the custom app bar. I'm going to put them here. And now I don't have this information. Let's get our const is equal to conversation context, and I will get the current conversation. Oh, current conversation, and I also want the logged in user from use auth context, and I will get members type the current conversation like this. I'm going to use the current conversation title, going to use it here, and the fallback will be empty string like this. And let's also fix the avatar. Let's go back to our message chat list item and maybe just copy this as well, and then we'll go back to our custom app bar, and then we're gonna have this. Instead of conversation we will have current conversation, and we want the not current members user image URL. We're gonna use that. Actually, let me just go to the item itself and also fix it here. So we don't need the current member anymore. Now, sorry, not current member. And now I'm going to copy this avatar from here, go to custom app bar. I'm going to paste it here. I'm just going to import this. That is all. So I think it's good now because we see the conversation name of the other person. If we refresh, we get the messages, we have everything. Now there will be a menu coming over here, close and delete. So in the close, we're gonna call the same function that we have here. Let's do that. We want handle go to home, and I'm going to call that every time I click on this menu item, on click handle go to home. So let's see. Yes, that works. Okay, now the other thing I want to do is let's do this delete as well, but also there will be a menu option here which is going to just show the delete option as well. So let's add that UI, and then we will have both of the delete API endpoints built in the backend together. So in the message card, what we will do is we will have a const, actually use state snippet of message card anchor element. It's going to be initially null, but the type will be HTML element or null. Now every time I click on this, I want to take this type set message anchor event.currentTarget. Now also let's wrap this grid with a fragment because I'm going to put the popover in the same file. Boolean message card anchor element, in that case have a popover, and the popover will have a open, which is going to be like again boolean open chat, sorry, message card anchor element. Anchor element will be message card anchor element. Anchor origin will be vertical, will be bottom, horizontal will be center, and I will give it an on close which will be set message card anchor element to null. Inside we will have a menu item, and that menu item is going to have a grid item display flex line items center. The gap will be 1 because I want to have a icon and text in this, so that's why I'm doing this way. And now the first one will be icon button, which will be disable ripple, and it will be delete like this. And let's also give it a color error, and typography will be of color theme dot palette dot text dot secondary, it will say delete. So the on click is not ready yet. What we can do is in the messages API handler I will have the delete message function, which is export delete export const delete message. It is going to be an async function going to accept the message is going to be of type message. I will have const response is equal to await auth fetch handler. Endpoint is going to be server endpoint dot message dot delete. The method will be post, and the data will be the message, and I will return response dot data. Now in the use messages hook, I'm just going to create a handle delete message function. Over here, async function handle delete message. It's going to take a message and then await delete message, and gonna pass the message itself. I'm going to export it out, go back to the message card, and I'm going to use the hook over here, const handle get delete messages, going to be coming from use messages hook. Then every time I click on this on click, I'm going to call that and I'm going to pass the message. Now while we are at it, let's also create the delete conversation API handler, which will be export const delete conversation. It's going to be async, going to accept the conversation ID as a string, and going to call response equal to await auth fetch handler. Endpoint is going to be server endpoints dot conversation dot delete. The method will be post and the data will be conversation ID, and I'm just going to return response dot data. Now this handle delete conversation function that I want to create is going to go in this file conversation context. In conversation context file, I will have a async function handle delete conversation. I will have a try catch block. I will have a response await delete conversation, and I will pass the current conversation.id as string. And if there is response back from the server, I want to set chat menu. I want to handle go to home, but I also want to close that pop-over that opens up. But now that pop-up is in the custom app bar, so I want to move it here. So I want to move this state in the use conversation context, and let's put it after this. I'm going to take it and pass it down here. Now in before this, I want to set chat menu anchor element to null as well, and in the catch block I'm just going to put my toast and as usual console.log for the error. So basically console.log error and the toast message, and now let's have this pass down here as well. I'm going to copy these three, go to my custom app bar, remove this and do this. Now every time I click on the delete menu item, I want to call this function. Now we need to go to our backend and add those endpoints. So first in the conversation router, we will add conversation router dot delete slash delete. It's going to be delete conversation. We're going to go into our conversation model, and I'm going to say export const delete conversation, which is going to be an async function getting the request response. Now first I want to put in a check in place to make sure that the person that is trying to delete this message actually is supposed to delete this message. So basically I will check if the member that is trying to delete it is actually a member of that conversation. So let's first find the member is equal to await prisma.member.find first, where conversation ID is request.body.conversation ID, and the user ID is request.user.id. So it will try to find a member that will match this criteria where conversation ID and the user ID are the same. If no member, then I'll say return response.json. Message will be you are not allowed to delete the message. Actually, conversation. Else I'm going to try catch, and I'm going to say const conversation is equal to await Prisma dot conversation dot delete where conversation where ID is equal to request dot body dot conversation ID. And I also want to include the members, and I want to include the user of that member. So I want it because later on when we will have our socket connection setup, we will need that data so we can notify the users that there is a conversation that is deleted in real time. So we will add this in our catch block as usual. I will go back and import this delete conversation. Now it's time for the delete message route. Delete message. We go into the message modal, export const async request response is response. Now let's go back and import this, and now go back to the message modal, and we'll add a try catch. I'll say const message is equal to await prisma dot message dot find first where id is quest dot body dot message dot id. Then also I want to include the conversation data, and from that I want to include the members data, and from the members I want to include the user data. And now I actually only want the ID of the user, nothing more. Now I will find the member if that member exists in that conversation to which this message belongs. So I will say const member is equal to await prisma dot member dot find first where the member ID is message dot sender ID. So because sender ID is there in the message, so I want to see if that member actually sent that message, because if you didn't, then you won't be able to delete the message. So I will say if member dot user ID is not equal to request dot user dot ID, I'm going to return response.json. Message will be you are not allowed to delete this message, otherwise I'm going to delete await prisma.message.delete where id is equal to request.body.message.id, and then return response.json that message. And I'm going to put as usual console log in my catch block. So now if I go back to my browser and do a refresh, so you see this message. If I try to delete, we get an error. What is this error? Let's see. Message delete, we could not find 404 not found. Alright, let's see. Actually, we are using the wrong methods on the front end. You see, we have delete methods on both conversation and message. So we actually need to use the proper methods in here. So it will be delete in the message and the delete in the conversation as well. So let's refresh again. If I now try to delete, there will be an API call for delete. So the message is now deleted. When we refresh, we won't see that message again. So let's delete this message again. And when we refresh, we don't see that message. Let's delete this one, refresh again. We don't see that message. Now let's try to delete this conversation. Okay, the conversation is also deleted. Now let's set up our socket connection on the front end. So what I want to do is I want to create a context provider for my socket. So I will say socket context provider, and inside that socket context provider I will have our AFCE. Now let's delete this, and now the first thing I want is actually const socket context is equal to create context from React, and it will be of socket context type, or it will be null. And initially it will be null. So let's also export the hook that we always use socket context, and we are going to return the use context, and I will provide socket context. Now inside this socket context provider I will accept children, which will be of type React node, and I'm just going to return socket context provider, and then I'm going to use the children here. Now how do we set up our connection to the backend with the socket? So the one thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that I won't open up many connections on the front end with this with creating new instances of socket. So I will create a state and I will save my socket, and which can be null, which can be of type socket, like this. Now let's also get access to our cookies, because we will need our token to send to the server to can verify and make a connection. I will also need my logged in user as well, that is from use auth context. And then what I want to do is I want to memoize my cookies, so I don't want to have the cookies change every time there is a change in this context. So what I want to do is memoized cookies is equal to use memo, and I'm going to return cookies dot I'm going to return the cookies, and I want this to be memoized. Now the next thing I want is a use effect. Inside this use effect I will first check if I have memoized cookies. If I do, and does it have a token property? If it does, then I'm going to try and catch block. I'm going to say const socket instance is equal to IO, which is coming from socket IO client. On the front end I'm going to provide my Vite server URL, then I will provide an options object, I will provide an auth property which I'm going to use in the backend to make sure that I am verified user. I'm going to send a token property on it, and I'm going to use the memoized cookies dot token. Now this IO socket instance will return me something. Now if I have a socket instance, then I will set socket to that socket instance. And in the catch block, I'm going to, as always, use this toast and use my by default styling and show the toast. This dependencies will be memoized cookies and navigate function. Now I want the navigate function to work and navigate me to the auth if I am in this error block. So this is going to do this. And now let's also add a use effect that will emit events to the server whenever we connect. So that will be whenever this socket changes, and I also want the logged in user to be sent to the server. So what I will do is, if I have a socket and I have logged in user which is also authenticated, which also is a user, what I want to do is socket dot on. So whenever I connect to my socket, I want to call a function which is actually socket dot emit. The function name will be connected user. I'm going to send logged in user dot id. Now every time you add a on event, you have to add a off event as well, which we will pass in this cleanup function of use effect. So I will say socket dot off and the connected user, and we can just have an empty function, that's fine. Actually not connected user, it's going to be connect, because we are listening to the connect event, not connected event. Same way, if we disconnect, we want to let the server know about the disconnected user, and we're going to send the user ID as is, and we're going to have a socket off for the disconnect as well. So now in the socket provider, we are going to send the value object as socket. So that's pretty much it for our socket. Actually, I just need to fix this warning. So this is our socket context provider. Now we're going to go into our main.tsx file, and we're going to, after this auth context provider, but before the conversation, we're going to put our socket context provider, and we're going to wrap our conversation inside it. Now let's go to the conversation context file. Here we are going to use that socket context that we created. Then we are going to use some of the events on the front end. So the first event that I want to emit to the backend is whenever we join a conversation, which means whenever we set a current conversation, we want to emit a event that is going to call that we joined the conversation. So let's see, we have it here. We So inside this, what we can do is, so I just want to run it on socket and current conversation.id. So I'm just going to take this, and now if there is a current conversation and there is a current conversation.id, I want to run this. let's do this. Okay, so every time we open a conversation, we will send this event that I joined the conversation. So backend will know that there is a user or there are users in that particular conversation. But this event is not useful unless we go to the backend and we add the listener to it. So let's go to the backend, and in our socket folder, I'm going to create a events.ts file, and in this file I'm going to export const handle events, which is going to take a socket which is of type socket, and I'm going to say socket.on join conversation. So basically the same event handler that we passed from the front end, we are going to get the conversation ID, which is going to be a string, and inside it I'm going to say join room socket conversation ID. Now you will say, where is this join room coming from? So I will create a new file which will be my room.ts file, and inside that I will have two functions. One is export const join room, and it will accept again a socket which is of type socket and a room name, which can, so in socket library, everything we create is a room name. So it can be a ID to our conversation, which can be a room name, or we can pass a username or email, or however you are trying to connect your users to each other. You can also create the room names by yourself, but in our case we are generating conversation IDs, so we are going to use that to keep the things simple. And this will also be a string, and we're just going to run the socket.join room name command. Let's also have our other function, which is going to be leave room, and again it's going to use socket and socket, and then room name will be string, and we are just going to run the socket.leave room name. That's it. Now in the events we are just going to import join room. Now also let's go to the front end, and we want to emit another event which is going to be leave conversation, which we are going to be like this, but we are going to have it in our handle go to home function, because this means we are going to set the conversation to null. So it makes sense if we add it here, but I want to add a check first. If there is a socket instance and there is a current conversation.id, only then we're going to emit the event which is leave conversation. Let's add these inside the hook as well. So I don't want to run this every, let's keep it in outside. So I don't want to emit any event if there is no current conversation ID, because it will cause bugs and errors. So in the backend, now we can also copy this and have leave conversation, and now instead of leave join room we will say leave room. Now if you see, I already getting some of the data in the console, which is because of my handler in the IO connection. So let's see what do we need here. So actually inside of this console.log, actually we're going to call our handle events, and we're going to pass the socket to it. So now if I go to my front end and I refresh and I go back to my code, actually I'm trying to look for the leave and join room events, but actually we didn't. So let's see, console.log join and conversation ID. So if I go back, refresh, join, and this ID is same as this ID. So our socket connection is working. So now what we need to do is every time we create a new conversation, we will be sending a event to all the users in that are included in that conversation that there is a new conversation created for you. So what I want to do is now let's open up a new window, put it on the right side and this on the left side, and I will make this, and let's email. So now let's first actually delete this and refresh on the both sides. So we have no chats on the both sides. Now let's go to the code and in the create conversation. So before returning the JSON, what I want to do is I want to take the conversation members, and for each member I want to take my IO instance, and then I want to say to member dot user ID dot emit new conversation, and I'm going to pass down the conversation. Now, what is this going to do is my IO instance is the whole socket connection, not one socket per connection. So the whole socket server that I have is going to be used. Now what it's going to do is it's going to take IO and then it's going to say to all of the member.user ID. So basically all the users that we have, if we remember in the front end, we have a use connected user in this event. So we are going to emit this connected user. So this is catching this event. I think actually it's not. So let's go and add this. So we are going to go into our events file, and then we're going to say socket.on connected user. We will be getting the user ID. So what we will be doing is we will be joining the room of each user to the user ID. So every user will have their own room, and they will also have a disconnect user as well, disconnected user, and then that will be leave room. So now the server is catching those events. So what the server is going to do is going to take that IO instance, that means the whole socket server, and it's going to send to the all the rooms, which means whenever I create a conversation, I will have these members and those members will have user IDs, and I'm going to use those user IDs to use this whole socket server to say go to the rooms which has the name same as the user ID of the current member and emit a new event called new conversation and pass this conversation down. Now on the front end, what I need to do is in the conversation context, I will need to have a use effect that is going to handle my socket events from the server. So what I will do is I'll say if socket dot on new conversation. What I want to do is I want to accept the data which will be of type conversation, and it's giving me error. Let's just have that type of conversation. So what I want to do is set the conversations, and I want to take the previous data and append to it. But actually I want this conversation in the front, and then the rest of the conversation will be spread out. But don't forget that you also need to turn off this socket listener by with this cleanup function. So we will say socket dot off new conversation, And what I will do inside is set conversations to empty array. Now let's give this a test. Go to the browser and let's test this out. On the left side I have first email, the second I have another account email 2. What I'm going to do is click on new chat, create email chat, create a chat with the email 2, click on create. It gets updated on the both sides in real time. So now what we should be doing is we should be closing this modal. So let's go to our client code and we will look for handle create conversation function, which is this one. So inside this, after doing all this, what we want to do is we want to set open to false and the type to be direct message. Also, I want to set add chat anchor to null, which will close that little pop-up with that will say new chat or group chat. I also want to set selected users for conversation to be empty array, and if I was entering any group title I want to set it to empty string. So let's go and test again. Refresh. Let me just delete this conversation for now and refresh as well. Now let's create new chat. There we go, we get the real-time chat. Okay, now while we are at it, why don't we just add this delete functionality as well on the backend? So what we need to do, let's on the backend we will go to the conversation model. Okay, we're going to copy the same thing and in the delete conversation, just before the return, we're going to paste the same thing and we're going to, instead of new conversation, we are going to emit another event which is delete conversation. But this time I don't want to send the whole ID, whole conversation. I just need to send the ID because on the front end I will do the filtering by just with the ID. So now on the front end, in that same use effect, I can copy and this. Now instead of new, I'll say delete, and now I will first const filtered conversations is going to be conversation, and I'm going to say conversation dot id, my bad, conversation dot id not equal to deleted conversation id. Now we'll just put it here. This is going to be a string and we are just going to set filtered conversations like this. And why am I getting this error? Conversations. So I guess let's do this. I don't want that dependency in here. So what I will do is I will take it inside, and instead of the conversations I'll do priv and then return filtered conversations. So now this way, actually I need to do the off as well. So deleted conversation. Alright, now let's go to the browser, refresh. I'm going to delete this. Guess what's going to happen? It gets deleted on the both sides in the real time. Now let's implement our real-time messaging as well. So basically whenever we send a message, we will see it on the both sides in real time. We already have the chat functionality. We get the chat real time on the both sides. So what I want to do now is whenever I type a message here, I will send it but I will also show it on the other side. So for that, we will go to the server, and like this, when we are sending this to all the members in that conversation, in the message model, we are going to do the same thing, but this time we are not going to send it to everyone. Instead, I'm going to say IO, I'm going to import and to. So if you remember, we did this join room thing on join conversation, which means we actually created a room with that conversation ID. So in this, we are going to use the conversation ID from the request, and then inside that we are going to emit a new event, which is going to be new message, and we will pass the message to the socket. Now we will need to go to the client, and we will need to add a new event listener on the client. So what I will do is, so I will copy this and paste it down here, but instead of new delete conversation, I will say new message, and this will be new message is of type message. Okay, now instead of this, what I'm going to do is, what I want to do is, inside this set state function, I will say if previous dot find message message dot id is equal to new message dot id. Let me just take this, put it inside. So if the message dot id is equal to new message dot id, then I simply want to return the previous data as is, because I don't want to append anything. Else, if I don't find that message already in my all messages, then I'm going to say return previous data and new message. Now what is this going to do is, actually, maybe let's say if for some reason when our server is sending the event, for some reason our front end already have that message, which means it is already in our all messages and it is getting duplicated. So we don't want to do that, we don't want to append duplicate messages. So that's why I'm just doing this. And we also need to do the socket of connection for this, so let's do this, and it will be new message, and in this I'm just going to set all messages to empty array. Oh, actually I have this in the wrong place, so I'm just going to remove this from here. I need to put it in the create message, not in the delete message. So now let's go back and let's do a refresh on the page. So this is test message. Oh, it's not message dot conversation id, it's request dot body dot conversation id. My bad. So let's go back. Now refresh once again. This time if I send hello again, you see it's coming on the both sides. So our real time, if I reply from this side, we'll see it as well, but our message did not come up on the screen automatically. So we need to also add that functionality where if we send a new message, it will always scroll on the screen. So basically our screen will always scroll to the end of the height. So how will we do that? We're going to have a ref. So let's go to the front end in conversation context, and what we want to do is I want to create a ref name messages and ref. So let's do it somewhere here. Let's do it here. Const messages and ref is equal to use ref HTML element, or it's going to be null. Initially it will be null. Now I want to create a use effect that will make sure that my screen will scroll to the end. So use effect all messages. So I want to keep track of all messages and ref. So what I want to do is, first I want to check if there is no all messages. Actually it's not all messages, it's messages and ref dot current. So if this is not available, or I don't have all messages dot length, then I just simply want to return. I don't want to do anything else. What I want to do is messages and ref dot current, and then I want to run this scroll into view function, and then I will provide a behavior of smooth. Now also we will add this to our context here. I'm getting a type error. Actually I defined my this type as HTML div element, so I'll go here and I'll change it to HTML div element. Now I will take this and I'll go to message card. I'm going to, so message card is this message list, so I'm going to accept message and ref in from the conversation context. Now what I want to do is I want to pass message and ref is message and ref, and also what I want to do is I want to pass a boolean pass a ref, which means that, so I will, let's add our index here as well. Just now I want to say if index of this card is equal to all messages dot length minus 1, because index always starts at 0. So if this card is the last message, then this will be true, which means in the message card now I will accept pass ref and messages and ref, and I need to pass this ref to my grid. Now what I will say is if pass ref is true, only then pass messages and ref, else pass null. Now let's go back and refresh. If you see, our screen did scroll and our message came up on the bottom. Now let me send a new message, and it automatically scrolled everything up. And if I reply from this side, okay, again, don't message me, you see it's getting popped up automatically onto the screen. So now we have that in place as well. Now let's move forward. Now let's do one more thing. Let's add the delete message functionality as well. So as soon as we delete the message, we will make our server to send a new event. So I'm going to take this and I will go into the delete message. I'm gonna paste it back, but instead of new message, it will be delete message now. Okay, but this time it will be from request dot body dot message dot conversation ID, and I'm going to pass down the message ID only. I don't want the whole message. Now on the front end, what I want to do is in the same conversation context, where is it, this, after this new message I will add a delete message handler for the socket, and this will be deleted message ID, which is going to be a string. Now what I want to do is inside this set all messages, I will say const filtered messages is equal to previous dot filter msg message dot id not equal to deleted message id, and then I'm simply going to return the filtered messages. And same way I have to add a off function as well for this. So I'll say deleted message. I'm going to set our messages to empty. Now let's test it out. Let's do a refresh on the both sides. Now I will delete this message, which is this message on the left side, this new message. So if I click on delete, you see it automatically deleted from the both sides. Let me delete this hello again message. It's deleted. I will delete okay again message. It's deleted real time on the both sides. But if you see this delete popover is still on the screen, so we need to fix that. So as soon as we delete the message, we want to set this to null. So how will we do that? In the message card, so we should be taking this in our use messages hook, and I will paste it here. So I will go in the delete message. I will say set message card anchor element to null, and I'm going to have these two being exported here, and then I'm gonna go back into the message card and I'm going to accept them here. Let's delete this, and I think we are good. We can now go and test. So let's do a little refresh here. Now I have this open. I click on delete. I don't see on the screen, but I do see a little bit of the popover right here. So let's do this. Let's try this. I'll go to use message, handle delete message, and I will put this before awaiting and deleting the message, and let's see if we now see that a little flash of that. So let me just do, okay, we don't, so this is good. So we have the delete function as well for the messages. We already have the delete for the conversation, right? But it did not close my chat on this side, so we need to fix that as well. So what we need to do is, as soon as we get the delete conversation handler, we want to check if the current conversation that we have is equal to that ID. If it's so, then we will call the handle go to home function. So let's go to our conversation context. This one, and we have new message delete conversation. So in this one, we are also going to call set current conversation. So we will accept the previous one, and we will say if previous.id is equal to deleted conversation id, then we are going to call, actually outside, we're going to call handle go to home function, else we're going to return previous as is. We need to return null from here as well. So, or yeah, this is good. So what we can do now is, let's just test it out once. Now we will create a chat. So we get the chat on the both sides. I open the chat. Hello. I get the message, which is okay. Now if I delete the chat from this side, it gets deleted from the both side and I get transferred to my home page, which is the correct behavior. Now let's see what are these some of the errors that we are getting, and let's try to fix them. So first one is this, that it's saying socket could be possibly null. So let's add an optional chaining here which will fix it. We also have a ESLint warning here because we use this handle go to home function inside here. So what I will do is I will create this function, a arrow function, okay, like this. But then also I'm going to actually wrap it with use callback, and then I'm going to take this function, copy this, paste it here, and now we're going to have this. So I want to have, what is this error? So I want to pass conversation.id, navigate function, and what else? Socket. So now we can use our this function in the use effect here. Okay, so we have two more errors. One is this, the conversation context type, so saying that is not assignable. So what I can do is I can pass an optionally null here, and that can be null in the beginning. Now the only thing we have left here on the value, we are missing some of the properties. Let's see. We can go to our current conversation context type, and I think we need to remove this. Let's see. Alright, so we are missing few of the properties which we will add later. Let's fix all these errors first. So in the chat list header, we are getting this error that does not exist. So I just need to add exclamation mark in the end. So that means our conversation context will be available. So because we said it could be null, that's why we have to just add this. Now our this is done. Let's see in the chat list item, we are missing few props, which is, let's see, so we already have the logged in user, so we don't want this on the props anymore, so we will remove it from here. And what else are we missing? We are missing the current conversation and the new message. So yes, so what we can do is we can invoke our conversation context here, use conversation context, and make sure to add exclamation mark in the end. And then I want the current conversation here, I'll pass it down to my chat list item. So now I will take it. What I want to do is in this selected prop, I don't want to make it true by default. I want to say if current conversation dot id is equal to the conversation dot id of the conversation that we are trying to show, we will select it. Otherwise it will not be selected by default. So it's now only missing one more prop, which is new message in conversation, which we will add in few minutes. And we just need to add a exclamation mark here. This is also done. The conversation container, we are missing drawer width number but required in type. We just need to add this as well. So why is it complaining? Yeah, okay, conversation container. Oh, actually we don't need the current logged in member in this type as well, so let's remove it. So that is going to fix our issue. Now let's go to the message list. Now we have this error as well, so let's add the exclamation mark. The message card is missing few props, which is logged in user. So we already get the logged in user from the auth context, so we are going to remove it from the types. Don't worry if you see these errors, you can always skip it because you might get the updated types file. Actually, I removed it from the wrong one, so I'll go to message, card props, and this. So I'm going to remove it, which means my message card will be done. Conversation context now has that value, few props that we are missing to pass down. In the use message, we need to we need to have a member type here, and we need to add exclamation mark. In the responsive chat drawer, the same thing, we need to add the exclamation mark, and our chat list drawer is missing the following properties, which is new message and conversation, logged in user, current conversation, and all. Let's go and see. So we don't actually need those, so let's delete them. I don't want this. I don't want this as well. So we are missing now only the new message and the current conversation. Because we accepted the current conversation directly into the chat list items, we don't need this here as well. So now we are only missing the new messages in conversation. In the conversation container, we are also missing the same properties like the logged in user, current logged in member, and I think we also need to remove this. Now yes, so we have now very few errors that we will be fixing now. It's just new things that we need to add. So now let's first add that online status. So in my chat, what I want to make sure that this online status always be up to date to the current user. So let's say if we both are in this chat, then we will see each other's status as online. But as soon as I go away, this online status should also go away. So for that, what we are going to do on the client side, in the conversation context, we are going to have a state for the number of logged in users in the current conversation. So that will be number of online users in current conversation, which is going to be 0 initially, and it will be of type number. So before we maintain this state, I need to go to the server, and in the handle events, or basically the handle events function, what I want to do is inside this join conversation, I also want to emit a new event. So I will use the whole socket server, and I will say io.to conversation ID. Now I will emit the online, actually it's going to be a string, online users number for group chats, and I will send io.sockets.adapter.rooms.get conversation ID dot size. So basically what I'm going to say here is that as soon as I join a conversation, I want to emit a event, because to emit the event to a particular room, I need to use the IO instance, not the socket instance. So when I do that, I will send my room name, which is going to be my conversation ID, and then I'm going to emit this event, and then I am going to use this method which is available on the IO to get the size of the connections in a particular room. So I'm going to send the size into that message. So let's copy this from here and now go to the client. And when we go to the client, in the use effect we have in the conversation context, this one. So we'll just paste it down, and on the top we'll say this, the data will be size and it will be of type number. And what I want to do is I want to say set number of online users in current conversation is equal to size. Okay, but how are we going to use it? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy both of these. I'm going to put them in my conversation context. Now I'm going to go in my custom app bar. I'm going to accept them, and now I will have two new constants which will be show online group. So what I will do is if the current conversation is a group, then what I will do is I will say take that and also make sure that we have number of online users in the current conversation, and if the number of our online users minus 1 is greater than equal to 1, only then we're going to show this string, which is number of online current users minus 1 online. Now the else will be null. Now there's a reason that we are doing a minus 1, because I don't want to include myself in the online status, that if I open my chat and I will see one online, I don't want to do that. I only want to show that one person is online if other than me there is one person also in the same group chat currently looking at the conversation. Okay, this is for the online group. Now we will go below. So after the conversation title in this typography, we don't want to show this typography always. What we want to do is if show online group is true, only then show this typography, but then also show the custom string that we created. Let's fix the spelling errors. Show online group, not online group. Now we will create another one for show online chat. So we will do the same thing here as well. If current conversation dot type is equal to direct message, then actually not direct message, I will say if the current conversation is not a group and there is number of current online users and number of users minus 1 is equal to 1, then I'll just say online, else I'll say null. Now what does this mean? I'm first checking if the conversation that I'm trying to look at is not a group. If it's not a group, then I'm checking if there are number of users in that particular conversation. If they are, then I want to make sure that I subtract 1 from it, and then it is exactly equal to 1, because in direct message conversations there will only be 2 people, and I'm going to exclude myself from being shown as online. So 1 minus 1 is 0, which means I should not say there is someone online, but when the other person is online as well, that means 2 people. So 2 minus 1 is 1. So I want to exactly check it for equal to 1, and in only that scenario I want to show. So I'm going to add a OR condition here, and then I will say if show online group is true, then show online group, else if that show online chat is true, show online chat, else show null. So I'm going to say that if online group has a text, then use that, otherwise use the chat, otherwise show null. So we won't see any weird text coming up on the screen. So let's do a refresh once on both sides. Now I open this, I see the online because this person is already online. If I click on home button, I don't see this going away. Actually, we forgot to add a socket off connection. So we need to have a socket off connection here, which is going to be, because if we don't add this, the use effect will not clean up. So when we go away, we don't get ourselves. So in this socket dot off, I'm not going to get any data in this function, and currently I'm not going to do anything in this function. So what I will do now is, so let's do a refresh. So actually what's happening is, if I open this chat, you see this is not online, but as soon as I open this one, I see the online status real time updated on this side. But when I go and click home button, I don't update this status, because we also need to send the size when we leave the room or leave the conversation as well. So I just need to copy this and I'm going to paste it after this. So now it's going to set new size, it's going to send a new size again to the front end, and then when we do that, we are going to update in our front end that we already have in the use effect, so we won't be facing that issue now. So let's go to our browser, refresh both sites. Now I click on this, I don't see anything. I click on it, I see the online status on the both sides. I click on home button, the status is gone. All right, so that is, guys, our real-time status update on the conversation. Now, the last thing that we need now is to update the conversations whenever there is a new message. So if I'm not currently in that conversation, then I should be getting a notification or a pop-up on the chat list items on my browser on this left side that there is a message in this conversation and you are not currently opening and watching it. So what I can do is I will go to my conversation context and I need to have a state to maintain those. So what I will do is I'll say const, let me just use my shortcut, just use state snippet, and that will be new messages in conversations. So we will be maintaining an array of all the conversations, so we won't be maintaining one by one. So let's say if I have more than one or two conversations, then I want to maintain the new messages for all those conversations, right? So I will say message array. Now I will go into my use effect where I have those socket on events, and I will copy this and paste it in the end, and I will say instead of new message I will say new message in conversation. Okay, and what I will do is, instead of doing set all messages, I'll say set new message in conversation. So what I want to do here is, let's say if I have conversation 1 and conversation 2 and someone sent a new message in conversation 1 and I save that in my state, but then before even I open it, someone else again sent a new message. So what I want to do is I want to replace that message and add my new message to it. So what I will do is I'll say previous and then const filtered messages is equal to previous dot filter msg. Now I want to see if the conversation ID that I have is not equal to data, or I'll say new message dot conversation ID. Actually, I'm just going to change the name. If that happens, then I will return filtered messages and I will append my new message because I am going to replace it. So now before going to the server, let's add a socket of message for this as well. So new message in conversation, and what I want to do is I want to set new messages in conversation to an empty array. Now let's go to the server and add this event. So where do I add it? So basically we will go to the create message modal function, not this one, this create message. So when I'm sending this to everyone in the conversation, I also want to send it to all the members. In the create message, I will send it to all the members of this conversation. So what I will do is after this include, I will add, not actually after the include, I want to add within the include, but after the sender, I will say conversation, and I want to include the members. But on the members, I only want to include, or I want to select basically the user ID, and then I'll say true. Now after this, what I will do is message dot conversation dot members, and then for each member I will do io dot to dot member dot user ID. So remember, every user that is connected will have its own room, so we can emit to their room by their user ID, because we will say emit new message in conversation. This is actually again the same message that we emit from the, we are going to listen on the front end. So I will pass down the message. Now let's go to the front end. So we need to go to the chat list item, and we need to get access to that new messages in conversation. So I already have this here, so what I will say is new messages in conversation, and I will pass it down. Now in the chat list item, I will accept it. So I will create a new constant called new message. So what I will do is, if the current conversation.id is not equal to the conversation.id, so basically if I'm not currently in the conversation, then I will say new messages conversations dot find, and find me the message that has a conversation ID that is equal to the conversation dot id, else null. So basically what I'm saying is, if the current conversation ID, which means the selected conversation which currently is open, is not equal to the ID of the conversation that I have in my list, I will use this array and find the message that I need, and then I'm going to use that in this list item text. So after this list item text, I will have a new typography, but I want to show that only if the new message is true, and only then I'm going to use the typography with a variant of body 1. Actually it's variant body 1, and the font weight will be bold. So I will have the new message, and the fallback, let's add the empty string. The message that we get here is actually an object, but we don't want the object, we want the body on that object. So the reason that we are not seeing the messages here is because we forgot to export these on the chat context. So let's add these here. And now if I go to the chat list item, so let's go to the chat list items, and we see there is no error, we are good. So let's do a refresh once, then we will be able to see this now. The reason that we are not able to see the message on this side is actually we forgot to export our state values here, and we have a typo here and here as well. Now if I go back and do a refresh on the both sides, now if I try to send a message, so the reason that we were not able to see the message in the left side was because we forgot to export these two. Alright, and that's why we were able to import them, but we were not able to access them because we declared it in our types on this use conversation context, but we never exported them in reality. So what we can do now is we can test it. So if I send a message, now it will show up on this side in the bolded, and if I send something else again, it will be replaced by that message, and the previous message is deleted from the messages array. Not the messages array, but the new messages in a conversation array. So this is our functionality. Now what we want to do is, as soon as we open this chat, basically if I go to this, I should be resetting the state, and we should be removing that from the list. So what I can do is I can add a on click on this function to set the particular messages in that conversation to set to empty. So what I want to do is, as soon as I click on this chat list item, I want to remove this message from the list of the new messages in conversation. So I will go to my chat list item, this one, and I will first I need to accept that set new message in conversation as a function, and then I will pass it to my chat list item. In the chat list item, I will accept it, and let me just add it to the type. It will be React, I think this. Yes. So what I will do is, when I'm doing this navigate function, first I will call this function and I will say previous, and I will return const filtered messages is message dot conversation id not equal to conversation dot id, and return filtered messages. So this is what I want to do as soon as I click on the chat. So we remove that from the list, so we don't see that anymore. So we will send a message here which is going to show up on the left side, and when we click on it, we remove it. So now if I go back, we don't see that, and we now we see it on this side because we never added that on click on this handle go to home function as well, because we don't know when this person is going to go back and how this person is going to go back to this conversation or go back from this conversation. So what I will say is, let's add a reset function in the conversation context itself. Function handle reset new messages in conversation, and I will say set new messages in conversation, and I will say previous const filtered messages is equal to previous dot filter message dot conversation id is not equal to the cid that we will pass into that function, and we will return filtered messages. So this cid I will pass as a string, and I will export this function on my context. Now I need to define it on my type as well. So let's add it here. And it's going to return void. Now in my chat list items basically, first I will accept that function, and I will, instead of passing this set new messages in conversation, I will pass that. Let me change this, and I'm going to change here and the types as well. So the type will now be not a React dispatch, but it will be CID as string, and it's going to return void. Now my chat list item, I'm going to call on this on click, I'm going to call the handle change conversation, and I will pass the current conversation.id. And while in the conversation context, I'm also going to call the same in the handle go to home like this, and I'll say current conversation.id. I go to my browser, I do a refresh, I send a message. Now that message shows up on the left side. So if I open it, this gets removed from the left side because I am interacting with that client connection. Now if I go back, we don't see that message, but on the other side, the user that sent the message, we were also facing an issue where when we go back, we were seeing that message in the new message. So if I click on that, we don't see that anymore because we added that reset function on the home button as well. Now we are getting this warning of key, so in the message list. So let's go and the message list here, and we need to provide a key to this message card, which will be message dot id. So now we won't be seeing that anymore. Alright, so there is no warning. Now let's see what are the other errors that we have. So it's saying that we are missing new messages in conversation, so we actually don't need this on this type anymore, so we are good. Now we will have one error in the value, so we are missing following properties. So we will remove the set search user conversations, not conversations actually, set conversations. And what else we have? We are missing set all users, handle get conversation, debounce search chat, and all. So we want to remove debounced search chat as well. We want to remove handle get conversation. We have set all users, which we don't need to export. Now are we missing any other? So we actually declared this handle update new message in conversation. So I removed all the unnecessary types that we had, and we don't need it anymore. So you will get all the updated types files and everything that is working and in working condition, so you don't have to worry about that. Now let's add the functionality to add images or media, and for that we are going to use image kit. Okay, so the image kit is a platform. Let me just open it up. It's a image cloud hosting platform, and you can get a 20 gigs of bandwidth, 20 gigs of media storage, and 100 video processing units, which we won't be using. and 500 extension units, which again we won't be using. We're just going to use the storage. So to get started, you can just sign up and you will get your account, and you will need the public key and private key that you will use to upload the images. Now the first thing that you need to do is, there are different ways that they have to upload the images, but we are going to use the context provider method that they also have in their documentation. So we will create a image kit context.tsx. So we will say export const image kit context is equal to create context, and we will import image kit context type, and we will start with the, we actually need to import this as well from React. So we can start with the default types. So file ID can be null. Actually, I'm just going to paste this, which is just setting up some basic context values. Now I will export, sorry, I will say const image kit context provider. So this is actually going to save us to do one thing every time, which is going to be providing a endpoint when every time we want to upload an image or render a image. So this will accept children, and children will be of type React node, and inside the first thing I also want to have is image kit upload ref. We will need that later on, use ref, and that can be HTML element. I think it will be HTML input element, and it can be null, and we'll say null. Actually, let's fix our, and then I want to have a state that is going to maintain if I'm loading or I'm not loading, or uploading. So upload image loading, which will be a boolean value. Initially it will be false, and I will change it afterwards manually. The next thing I want is file URL, which will be a string, or it can be null. So let's initially set it to null, and I want the file ID as well, so I can identify my URL that it belongs to which file in my image kit dashboard. Now I will return image kit context dot provider, and I will have the children. Now after the children, I want to use a component ik upload from the image kit, and I'm going to use it in this context because I don't want to import this component everywhere. I will just call the function to invoke this component, and it will open up a image uploader or media uploader dialog automatically. But this will need few properties. The first one is a ref, so I will pass my ik upload ref to it. Second thing is the style. I don't want it to be displayed on the screen, but I will just use it as is. The next thing is on success. So when it's done, then I will get a function here, and the first argument is data. So let's put any for now because it might have other types. We will do it later. Set file URL. So I want to set the file URL to data.url, and the file ID will be data.fileid, and I will set upload image loading to false if it's true. Now let's define the type here anyway. We'll say URL is going to be string, file ID is going to be string as well. So now the other thing is on upload start, and it's again is a callback function, but what I will set in this will is set upload image to true. So now as soon as I start uploading the image, I will set the loading to true, and when it's successful I will set it to false. But what if there is an error? So we also have a error callback as well. I'm just going to console.log the error which is I'm going to get in this one, and as usual I'm going to use my toast and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm just going to import the toast, and in the end I also want to set upload to false. Now one thing I also want to do is I don't want to do that in every component again, so I want to do it on this page. So after this I will have a upload image loading. So as if it's true, then on the whole screen I will show a dialog which will be open if upload image loading is true, and it will have a dialog content which will be just circular progress component. Now I won't give them any on close or anything like that because I'm going to set the uploading to false if there is an error, if or there is a success. So we don't need to do a on close on the dialog itself, it will be closed automatically. Now let's export const use image kit context hook as well, as usual that we are doing. So we can use it everywhere, and I'll say return use context like this. I'm going to do export default image kit context provider. Now it does need a value object as well, so we are going to say value object, and we are going to provide upload image loading, set upload image loading, ik upload ref, the file URL and the file ID, and set file ID and set file URL. So now actually it's image, this is also image. I'm getting an error here, so what I'm going to do is, I knew this was happening before, I'm just going to put any here, and I'm just going to ignore this warning here. So now let me just fix this. I fixed that error because I was having an issue with the defining the type for the upload ref. So here I can say a HTML input element, but I couldn't say it on the context type, so I just put any over there. Now let's wrap our main file. After the browser router, we will use ik context. So actually this is a context provider from the image kit itself that they provide, and we will need that to authenticate our application to make sure that it's authenticated to call the image kits APIs, but the context that we created is just to help us to keep our logic for using the image kit at one place instead of doing it all the other places. So what we need to pass to this is a URL endpoint, and I already gave you the env example file from which you can take this name. Now you will get this endpoint from your image kit dashboard, and then the public key, and that will be coming from Vite image kit public key, and make sure to not share that with anyone. The endpoint, you can share the public key is fine. There is a private key as well that we will use later, but make sure that you don't share that with anyone. So authenticator function. So actually I'm just going to create a authenticator function in the utils folder, and this is not a custom made function, it's just a function that I got from the documentation of. So this is not some custom function, this is a function that I got from the image kit documentation. So I'm just going to paste it here. You can get it from the gist. So what they want us to do is to create a image kit auth endpoint on our backend, and when we make a request to that endpoint, we will get a signature URL or a signature that we will need to send to ImageKit every time we want to upload any file. So let's go to our backend, and we will create a new controller called ImageKit auth controller.ts, and you can get this from the gist. I'm just going to paste it, and now delete ImageKit file. So what I need to do is in the utils folder I will create a delete image kit file dot ts, and you can again get this from the gist as well. So I'm just going to copy paste here. This is just basic um, functionality. I'll just explain in 1 minute. Start from the image kit auth controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a route which is auth, which is after slash image hyphen kit, and then we are going to use this authenticator function that is coming from the image kit. Now this image kit, I have defined it in the constants file, but we commented it out, so we can uncomment it again, and we need to uncomment this as well, and it will require us to have these available in our env file, so you can add them. And when you do that, when we go back to our image kit auth controller, so what it's going to do, actually we also need to add this thing here as well after the messages, and I will import this. So every time we will make a request to this endpoint, which will then make a request to auth, and then it will generate a URL for us, a signature, token, and expiration for us, and then we will send that to front end, and then front end will use that to upload the image to the image kit servers. Now we will also have a delete endpoint, so from the image kits database, because we don't want the stale data to stay there, because we only have 20 gigabytes of storage. So every time we delete a message or delete a chat, we will delete the media as well. So that is just going to have this function, whereas delete file function is also provided by the image kit. We will provide the file ID, and that's it, and delete image kit file route. So this is actually a router which I also have in the index file. So if I go image authkit controller, I have a delete route, but then I also need to have a function as a handler, so I don't have to call the route if I don't want to. I'll just call that function in my backend. Now on the front end, but make sure on the back end you have your env file, and you have the private key, your public key, and the endpoint, which will be the same as the front end, but the private key is an addition, so you will have to have that. So now we need to import this authenticator function, and this authenticator function is going to make request to our server, and then we're going to get these three things. Now where do we want to use it? So we want to use it in the first we will use it in our sign up flow. But let me just so after this IK context, we will need to provide our image kit context provider, and then we will have our auth to it. Now let's go to the browser and sign out. All right. So now in the sign up section, we will have a new input, which is going to be a avatar. Now let's go to the code and let's go to the sign up file. So after this sign up typography, I will add a new grid item display flex align items center. Gap is going to be 1. Now I will have a badge component, and the anchor origin will be vertical will be top, the horizontal will be right, and the badge content will be typography. Font weight will be bold, and the color will be theme.palette.error.main, and inside we will have this asterisk symbol. And now in the badge I will have an avatar which will have the source. For now it's going to be empty string, but we will use our image kit context provider to get few properties from it. So let's import it. Const use image kit context. So what will we need from here is upload ref, we will need the file URL, we will need upload image loading, and we need the set file URL from it. Now the first thing I want to do is on the use effect, every time there is a file URL, I want to, if there is a file URL, I want to run this use effect, and I want to call handle sign up data change. The key will be image URL and the value will be file URL else empty string, and it's going to just give me a quick warning. I'm going to ignore that because I don't need that. So what else I need? So on click of, so after this badge actually I will have a custom button which will have a loading of, if upload loading is true, it will be disabled as well if upload image is true. And now a variant will be text variant, and it will say add profile picture. Let's go to the browser and see. Okay, but on click of it right now it's nothing is happening, so let's add the on click as well. So what on click will do is it will say if IK upload ref is true and it has been attached to a DOM element, which means it has the current object available, and then it will do the click. So now when we click on the button, it will open up a model like this, and then we can choose our image. And when we choose it, now I get an error. Let's see what that error is. Missing public key. So actually I did not add the public key in my front end, so let me just add to my envs. Okay, so now if I click on this, I upload the image. Now the image is uploaded, but I did not see it here. So let me just go and change my avatar. So the avatar should not be this. Now it will be sign up data dot image URL, and then there is no URL, then it will use the empty string. But if you see, now I have that image, and now if I sign up with this image, I'll show you. So if I sign up, now you don't see that here, but let me just create a chat with this person. Oh, this person, I think that's the one that I have on the other side. So if I now make it left half and I get my other browser, so if you see, I have a image URL now because this user created the profile, the account with an image URL, and now we see it on the other side as well. Now let's have this attach file functionality. So to have that attach file functionality in the code, what we will do is we'll go to send message container. We will do the same thing that we did with the image context, but we will not import the hook in this. We will import that hook in our use messages hook. So let's first do that. So I'm just going to copy the things that I imported in the sign up file and in this file. So first thing what I will do is, actually I need to export this. So I'll export this. The second thing is export upload image loading. Now let's find our handle reset function. So in this function, I want to set the file URL and the file ID to null from the context of ImageKit. So I won't have the old data if I try to upload the new file. So every time we call this handle reset function, we call that function. Now what I want to make sure that when a user tries to send a media, they will get access to preview it. So let's create a boolean state here, open view attached media modal, which is going to be false in the beginning, and the type will be boolean. And I will create a function here, function handle close view attached media modal, and I will call the handle reset. I will call the set open view attach modal to false, and I will call the ik upload ref.current dot value to be empty string. So I'm also going to empty out my input in the browser to don't have any file in it after I successfully upload it or I try to reset it. Now I also need to export these two. I need to export this and this. Now in my send message container, I'm going to accept this handle close and open. Now I'm going to add the on click. Now I'm going to add the on click that I added on the add profile picture in the sign up component here as well, the same way. So whenever we click on it, we invoke that upload component from the image kit, and it opens up the media uploader. Now I also want to make sure that my this button is disabled if my image is uploading, so I will disable it if upload image loading is true, which I need to import here. Now the same way we have the pop over here, I'm going to have this view attach files modal in this message component, view attach file modal.tsx, which will be arfce. Now this view attach file modal is going to use another shared component, which will be view attached media. Because we are going to use this view attached media component to show or render the media in the message cards as well. So in this one, what I want to do is, so I want to return if. So first of all, I will accept a source, which is going to be a string. Now I need to have a helper function. So let me just create a helpers file. So these helper functions are nothing, just regex and checking if there is I'm just checking the format, so you can copy it from the gist. Now let's go to the view attached media. Now here what I want to do is I want to say const is video is equal to check if URL is video, and I will pass the source. Then I also say check is image is check if URL is image. I'll pass the source. Now if is video is true and source dot split slash dot pop as string, actually like this is true. So now why I'm doing this source dot split on slash, because the source that I'm going to get will have a path attached to it after the slash. So I'm going to split on the slash, and I'm always going to take the last part of that split value, because it will always be the last element in that array. So I want to take that. If that is true, then I want to return ik video, and I will need to pass a path. Now it won't take the full URL, it will only take the path. So that's why I have to do this way. And then I want the controls to be true. I want the width to be 400 only. Now if it's a video, then show this. If it's is image, then I'm going to return ik image. So now this will take the whole URL as is, so we don't need to do any split or anything. The width will be 400 as well. And let's say if both of them are not true, then I'm going to just say return typography. Variant will be H6. The font weight will be bold, and I'm going to say file format is not supported. Now this will be used by our view attach file modal function component. So the view attach file modal component will accept an open prop on close message body handle send message, and the type will be for open will be boolean, on close will be nothing, just void function, message body will be message body, and handle send message will again be a void function. So let me just fix this error here, and it's going to be like this. Now what I want to do is I want to have a dialog which will be open is equal to open. The on close will be on close that we are passing. like this, and inside we will have a dialog content, and we will use the view attached media component, and I will pass the source, which will be message body dot file URL as string. Now I will have few actions which will be dialog actions, and I will have custom button here which will first say cancel, and the next will be send. So on send I want to call the handle send message, and the variant for this will be contained. But on the cancel I want to call a delete image kit function, which I don't have it yet, so let's accept it here. Handle delete image kit file, because I don't want to keep that file in my database if I don't want to send it, right? So this will be the function. Actually this will go here, and I'll just accept it like this. Now I will call this function on this. Now I will call this function like this, but I don't have that function yet. But in this message body, what I will do is that, not actually message body, in the send message container, after this popover, we will have open view attached modal, and we will say view attached file modal, and then for open we will pass open view attached file modal. On close we are going to create handle close view attached files modal. We will create that function. The message body will be message body, handle send message will be handle send message, and handle delete image kit file, we will create that function as well. So let's go to use messages, and let's export handle delete image kit file and handle close view attach files modal. We do have it already, we just need to take it and pass it here. Okay, so we only need to create handle delete image kit file, which is going to come from the use message as well. So what is this function going to do? So let's go into this, and after this I will create an async function handle delete image kit file, which is going to call await delete image kit file. Actually that is going to be in our API handlers, and I will create a new image kit API handler.ts, which will be export const delete image kit file. It's going to be an async function. It will take a file ID as string. The const response will be await auth fetch handler. The endpoint will be server endpoints image kit dot delete. The method will be delete, and the data will be file ID that we are passing, and then we will return response dot data. In the use messages I'm going to import that function, I'm going to accept the file ID as string, and I'm going to pass the file ID here. Now, the other thing I want to do is after I delete it, I want to close the modal. So I already have the handle reset function that is going to close the modal if it's open. Then I will close the modal here. The handle reset is going to just reset my state values like the message body, file ID, file URL, and everything. And I also want to make sure that I set the current dot value is to equal to empty string in my browser, so I won't have the file still in my input. Now actually I need to export these two as well here, so which means we are good here for now. It's actually going to be image loading, not image img loading. Yep. So I'm just going to take it like this, and we have this create context. We will remove it. Now in our send message container we need this file here. So now we are good. So if we now open up our browser and open this, I'll try to open this. I have a logo. Let's open it. Now it's loading, but it didn't open up the modal. Let's see why. So actually inside the use message, let's add a use effect here that every time we get the file ID and file URL, we will open that modal if it's not already open. So if file ID and file URL is true, then we will set message body to have the body will be empty, but the file URL will be file ID will be that, file URL will be that, and set open to be true. Now if we refresh, add this, we will see this, and we have the preview. And then I go to network tab, I click on send, I send the message. Now these two has to close, so let's add that as well in our code. So in the handle send message, we're going to call, after we send the message, instead of handle reset, we are now going to call handle close this, because it's already calling the handle reset. So this will close now. So let me just try and send a new image. I click on send. It did close. Now our message card is not handling the image media. So let's go to the message card now. We want to first check if we have a file URL, which means we have a media. Check if message is file URL, and then I'm going to pass the message dot file URL as string. If there is a file URL, then what I'm going to do is in the place where I have the message body, I will wrap it with a condition. If is the file URL is true, then use view attached media, not the file model but the media, and the source will be message dot file URL as string, else we will use this typography. Now if we go back, we have the media used by our cards. The one last thing that we have to do right now is, so whenever we delete a message, I said uh, previously that we also will delete the image from the image kit as well. So for that, what we need to do is, after deleting the message, we can say if, actually we can do it before. So if message had a file ID, then I'm going to call await delete image kit file function, not the route, the file function. I'm going to provide the message dot file ID, and then it will proceed to delete the message itself, and that way we will also delete our image from the image kit media storage as well. Now before we go, we also forgot one thing, which is going to be our IO middleware, which means middleware for the IO connection, the socket connection. So what I will do is I'll add middleware.ts, and inside we're going to export default async function IO middleware, which will take a socket which is of type socket, from socket default events map from socket, any, and the second thing will be next, which will be extended error or undefined, and it's going to return void. So what we will do in this is we will say const token is equal to socket dot handshake dot auth dot token. So remember, we added the auth object in the front end when we were declaring our iOS WebSocket connection, and over that we added the token. So we will use that token, and what we will do is we'll say let verified token, then we will do try catch, and we'll say verified token is equal to await jwt dot verify, and then we will provide our token jwt secret key. If no verified token, then we will say const error is equal to new error token expired, and we will return with next error function, else it will be next, and in the catch block we'll just say next new error invalid token. Now we're going to use this in our only in our IO connection. So before this we'll say io.use IO middleware, and then we will have the connection. So that's it guys, we have our application working. Now you can send the media, have the media, and if we go to the, we can get the image URLs, we can search the chats, we can delete the conversations, we can log out, and we have the theme as well. Actually this theme is not applied on this side, let's fix that. The reason for that is we actually have to add a component before this all routes, which is going to be CSS baseline. So it's going to apply some default styles, and it will also help us have our theme applied as well before otherwise it will not provide the theme properly. Now this website is actually not responsive, so let's make it responsive. So what we will do is first we will go into the chat list drawer, and we will declare a constant called isTablet. So we will have all the designs below and till the 768 pixels screens. We will have all of them to follow one style, and everything above that will follow the desktop style. So we will use the use media query hook from MUI, and we'll say if the max width is 768 pixels, in that case the width here, if it is tablet, then the width will be 100%, else it will be drawer width. Now if you see, the drawer is taking 100% of the width, but it's still not working fine because the other components might is not performing properly. So we will go to the chat list header and we'll copy this from here actually, and then we will go into the chat list header and we will import the use media query. So actually I don't want this icon button to be shown if my tablet view is on, so I want this to only visible if it's not a tablet view. Basically if it's the width is above 768 pixels, which means we won't see the home button over here. Now the next thing is, let's go to the conversation container and we will have the same thing. We will do this. Now on the margin left here, if it's tablet, then the margin left will be 0, else it will be drawer width as we want. Now let's see if there is any change. So we won't see anything because our this drawer is still shown. So what we need to do is, first go to the responsive chat drawer, this one, and let's get that media query. Now I don't want this chat list drawer to be shown all the times. I only want it to show on the desktop version. So which means if I am on a tablet screen and I have a current conversation which has an ID, which means I have a selected conversation, I will show nothing, else I will show the chat list drawer. Right now if you see, the drawer is not there anymore, but I don't have the proper conversation container, and now I want this conversation container to have this, but I don't want this no chat open, because if I do this, we were actually, so when I was doing it, I was actually seeing the no chat open buttons, but I'm going to add no is tablet anyway, so just in case if you are seeing this, so you won't see this anymore. Now we will go into the custom app bar and we will have our media query over there as well. So what we will do is, so the app bar here, so if the tablet view is on, I want the 100% of the width, otherwise I will let it calculate it on the basis of whatever it is. So if I click on this, now this is in the screen, so it's managing the width properly. But how do I go back now? So I also want the users to have an option. So just before the avatar, I will add a icon button which will only open up, which only show up if it's a tablet view, and that will be icon button that will have on click, which will be handle go to home. So basically the home button will not be there anymore, but we will have this arrow back icon on the mobile screens or the till the tablet screens, so like this. So you can go back like this. All right, now let's fix the message list as well. So we don't need to actually fix the message late, but we need to fix the message card itself. So let's go to the message card and I will add the media query hook here. Now I will go to the max width of this container. So I don't want this to have 35%. I want it to have, if it's tablet, take the 90% of the width of the screen, else take the 30%, 35%. Okay, that was this. But I also don't want to see this avatar if I am on the mobile screen, because it will clutter the UI and we won't be use it's not useful on that screen. So I will say is tablet. If it's not tablet view, only then show the avatar, which means now there is no avatar if you see, but the cards are still very big because we have the attachments. So what we need to do now is we need to go to the view attached media. So we want to go to this component and we will get our media query hook here. Now we will go to the video width. So if it's tablet, then the width should be 200, else it can be 400. Same goes for the image. So now if we go back, you see it's now showing properly. Alright, now let's also fix our send message container because it's looking a little bit congested. So I will go into my send message container and I will add my media kit. So it will be const is tablet like this. I need to import this. Now I just need to fix the pixels on the left and right over here. So if is tablet, then I want the pixel, sorry, the padding, not the pixels, the padding on the left and right to be 1 like this. It is looking good now. So but the last thing we want to fix is our start new conversation modal. So this one. So what I will do is I'll go to the start conversation modal and actually let's add this here as well. I don't have it. Oh, actually I need to fix it. So let me just have is tablet is equal to use media query as like this, and what we will do is we'll take this. So now I will provide a full screen prop to my dialog, which will be true only if it's tablet. So it will take the full screen. Okay, now I want to fix the width of the dialog content grid, this one. So currently it's saying 600 pixels, which means it's going out of the mobile width. So if it's tablet, I just want to take it the 100%, whatever is available, not the hard coded 600. So this is how it will look like. So if we see, if we select, we can select and then we can create the conversation. Now let's fix this error where we don't have the search user value being exported from the context anymore. We can just add it here, and we actually need to add it back on our types. So now we refresh, we don't get any errors and we don't have any errors in the terminal as well. And now our website is also responsive. As we see, if we go till the tablet size, we will get this UI and we have the full screen. As soon as we go above that, we get the two screens UI. Okay, and we can all just we see the home button. So that's it guys, this is our chat application and you will find all the GitHub code in the description and the gist files in the description. I'm making this video for the first time, so this if you have any feedback, anything that you can just let me know so I can improve in my future videos or any other topics that you want me to make videos on. Thank you very much and have a good day.